Good morning, everybody. What is going on? My name is Kevin. I am here hosting today's show for Market in the Morning. Well, I should say MRKT.ai. We're going to be going over what's moving markets right now. We've had some big headlines come in, really cover the dynamics. We had a huge shift in market sentiment. We went from sort of bearish, where we've been seeing new lows. NASDAQ was 13% off of its all-time highs. Climbing back. We're getting optimism from the whole AI investment area when we're seeing Microsoft have huge capex, but turning that capex right into profit with their Azure AI and their cloud base. Same with AWS. They're creating a lot of capex, but it's not compressing their margins. In fact, they're profiting more with that higher capex. So we're going to break things down. We're going to use our market terminal, and it's going to be a good time. So guys, if you're ready to make some money, run that like button up. Let's get it today. So let's cover the S&P 500 first. And guys, make sure if you can see my chart, you can hear me clearly, drop something in the comments, say hello, let me know what you're trading today, and we'll get the ball rolling. We'll cover some S&P 500, NASDAQ, gold. And I do want to touch up on where oil is currently trading, because if you're trading these markets, whether you're trading the S&P, NASDAQ, gold, you want to actually be aware of how oil is trading, because that could dictate that trade and that follow through. Nightmare, what's going on, brother man? Guys, good morning. I hope you're excited. Let's get hyped up, get that energy flowing. Let's be ready to make some money today. So just to get started, S&P 500 hovers near highs, all-time highs, as Iran talks progress and oil risk lingers. Now, it's not so much, Iran talks are progressing, that's why S&P's at all-time highs. Because what we have been seeing, and if we open up our chart large right here with MRKT, we've been very range-bound. And there were peace talks over here. It sort of gave us a move. There were peace talks over here. It consolidated. So don't get confused with the headlines and say, oh, we have peace talks, that's why we're hitting all-time highs. It's actually not the main driver of this rally right now. Markets move in three phases, right? There are three main emotions that markets move off of. A lot of people think it's fear and greed. And to put it lightly, that's right, but we as traders have to be a bit more in depth on that, and that's by separating it from optimism, uncertainty, and surprise. And those three emotions will come from a brand new headline, new economic data that comes out, anything major that's going to really shift and move markets. So when we had Tesla earnings come out last week, Tesla had their best revenue quarter in history, almost $30 billion. However, they missed their EPS, which is their earnings per share, by nearly 40%. What that tells us is their margins are thinning. And again, that tells us that they're spending a lot more on CapEx, and that CapEx spending is not currently translating into more profit. So what they were seeing 4.1% on their margins, now they're seeing 1.4% on their margins, nearly a third right off the top there on Tesla. That sort of helped us drive this move right here. This was non-farm payroll, FOMC as well. And what's cool with market, guys, the tool I'm using right here is called MarketEdge.ai. You get access to it right at that website, MRKT Edge.ai. And what's really cool about it is you could click a candle over here, and it's going to break down exactly what happened in that increment, in that candle. So risk-off sell-off as hawkish Fed signals and Iran conflicts drive growth and inflation fears. FOMC kept rates steady, but Warsh emphasized commitment to 2% inflation target and tightening bias. Multiple Fed comments stressed not being constrained by markets and willingness to hike on firm core inflation. Brent crude spiked over 7% on renewed Iran fighting, raising stagflation and margin pressure concerns. So I mentioned before when I started the stream that we want to keep an eye on how oil is trading, and not just because we're trading oil, because guess what? I don't know about you guys, but I'm not trading oil. But knowing and understanding the strength that oil is moving actually gives us the insight to how the Iran war, the US-Iran war, is escalating or de-escalating. Because when we have higher oil prices, that's going to have a very negative and bearish impact on the economy, because what that does is it makes things more expensive. It makes it more expensive for big companies for imports and exports because oil gets more expensive. It makes gas prices higher as well. It makes the energy sector more expensive. And that's all a spiral that hits those big tech companies, whether it's big tech, automotive, any massive company that has a huge consumer base. Guess what? If they have to pay more money, that is going to impact inflation. Inflation moves higher, the Fed has to hold rates for longer or even possibly hike rates. So that has been the biggest fear we've been seeing. Now, on the flip side of that, CapEx, that's how much a company is spending on AI, that is also increasing. So all of that uncertainty right there, there's one of the three emotions I mentioned before. Uncertainty is going to give us a battle in the market. Uncertainty, think of it from a multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar corporation or investor. If I'm a multi-million-dollar investor and I hear terms like uncertainty, or that the company that I'm invested in has to now spend more money, then guess what? I want to take my money out. That is risk off. We want to be very careful at that point. Elsa, good morning. Guys, drop a good morning if you're ready to make some money. Drop a good morning if you want to learn something. My whole goal whenever I'm hosting any type of stream with you guys is to give you the proper information and proper insights that you need to actually understand what's going on in these markets and take some actionable insights and trade levels as well. So yeah, guys, get those questions rolling. Absolutely love to see it. Let's take a look at our economic calendar. Economic calendar on MRKT is one of the best calendars in the game. Absolutely a game changer. So today we have international trade deficit. This is not a big impactful event unless we see us below or above the minimum and maximum. Now, the reason for that is because international trade is not a core CPI inflation report. It is not a unemployment or non-farm payroll data event. It is something that gives us some insight into, signals overall economic strength and trends. High impact release often moves currencies on surprise, and a higher than expected reading signals economic strength and is typically bullish for the currency. A lower reading suggests weakness, putting pressure on the currencies. So what's cool with market, and I'm going to show you guys non-farm payroll down here for an example. So we have NFP and unemployment this week, August 7th at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. If we hit our little sparkle icon over here, it's going to tell us everything we need to know to prepare to trade this event. A lot of people, if you use a tool like Forex Factory, it's going to tell you red folder, this is the folder. I don't even know if it has forecast, but what's great is that we have forecast and we have the minimum and maximum. Now, the reason the minimum and maximum is so important is because if we can break out of that range, that's when we look for those extremely extended moves that we see in the market that people absolutely print from. So when that's the case, we want to keep an eye and see what are the expectations. And the great part about MRKT over here is it gives you how many jobs added in July, leading outcome, 100,000 to 150,000. That is almost a 40% chance of happening. And if we take a look at our non-farm payroll, minimum and maximum, that falls within our range. If we come in at 100,000, that is directly within that range. We would expect range-bound reactions to that. That is not a surprise. That is not uncertainty. That is as expected. When it's as expected, you guys should know this by now, markets are range-bound without any type of surprise, uncertainty, or optimism. So, with that being said, what would happen if we came in above expectations? Well, we could take a look at our impact on over here. We could actually set it to the asset that we're looking to trade. So if we're looking at the NASDAQ and I see we're above, then that's going to have a very bearish impact on the NASDAQ, which will, of course, lead to a stronger move to the downside. So above the 140,000 expectation, we're looking for a very bearish move. We could even look for a trend trade at that point. Whereas if we're below, that would be giving us a very bullish move. So we'd be looking for Again, continuation, a bullish move. But if we come on right on forecast near that 80,000, even if it's 90,000, even if it's 70,000, that is still smack in the middle of our expected range. So would not give us that big of a move. So that's where MRKT really pushes off and stands out compared to any of these other economic calendars that are out there, because they don't prepare you for the reaction and tell you how it's going to look or the expectations, the prediction market within it. And what's great too is it also has the historical data chart down here, so you could see if there's been a consistent trend within that report. Guys, any questions on that so far, please let me know in the comments. That was a great quick breakdown. Now, what's cool too is we introduced this new tool today, and today is its official launch day. Super excited about that, so make sure you run that like button up for Market. But it is our Ask Market launch day. Now, some people use ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini to ask about the stock market. But the issue with asking a big AI like ChatGPT or Gemini about what's going on in a specific market is it's usually pulling directly from a search engine. So if it's pulling from a search engine, it has the chance of giving you somebody's opinion versus facts. Whereas when you use a tool like Ask Market, it's going to pull the facts first. It's going to pull everything that's informative, everything that's important, nothing opinionated. When we are talking about trading, we're looking at markets, we don't want to hear somebody's opinion. We want to see the cold, hard facts. So we could ask it right now, what's driving the optimism in the S&P 500 right now? It's going to transcribe. It's going to give me exactly what I said, what's driving the optimism in the S&P 500 right now. I could even write ES so it knows I want to look at the futures. We're going to hit send. And instead of giving me paragraphs on paragraphs on paragraphs of information, which again will most likely include somebody's opinion, it's going to give us a brief sentence. It's going to pull up the actual MRKT chart with price levels. It's going to pull up headlines that's supporting it as well. And then you know exactly what's moving that market. How cool is that? Instead of being one of those traders that's like, why are we moving higher? Why are we breaking my resistance areas? Why? There is no more questioning. There is no more asking. There is now knowing what's moving markets, whether you trade the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, gold, oil, Bitcoin, a specific stock ticker, Amazon, Microsoft. It will tell you exactly, factually, what is moving those markets. S&P 500 is bullish at 76.48. Iran de-escalation and lower oil are cooling inflation fears and keeping the rally intact through reversal risk is building near the highs. The supporting factors for MRKT sentiment and the latest headlines. All right, so oil price drop on paused Iran strikes, Hormuz hopes, reduced war premium lowers oil-driven inflation expectation. So here's where that domino effect comes in play. So when we have higher oil prices, it's not just higher oil, it's not just higher gas. It is everything underneath that umbrella. It is us saying, okay, higher oil price, here comes that domino effect. Higher oil leads to higher inflation. That is a worrisome, right? Here comes that uncertainty in the markets. So we got to be careful. But when we see oil dropping, that is strength. That is optimism that the war might be coming to an end. That is optimism that 20% of the entire global oil inventory, which comes from the Strait of Hormuz, is 20% of the entire oil inventory. Guess what? Things are starting to calm down. We're going to be able to get that supply back. There's no longer a supply deficit. Then boom. Treasury yields fall as oil-driven inflation expectations cool. That's a great sign too. If you're an investor or if you're trading S&P and NASDAQ, treasury yields usually have that inverse direction of stocks, right? So if treasury yields are higher, most of those big companies that are investing in stocks, they take their money out and they invest it in yields, and vice versa. Yields move lower, stocks move higher. They have that inverse correlation. Lower real yields directly support equity valuation, especially in mega cap tech. Exactly what I was telling you guys. Fed swaps no longer price full September rate cut. This is another huge sentiment that again is driven by those lower oil prices, lower oil, lower inflation. The Fed doesn't have that pressure to have to hike rates. They could either hold or even start to look a bit more dovish again, which would be phenomenal. In my opinion, I don't think that's going to really be happening. Not too realistic at the moment. So, what other headlines are there? We see Anthropic signs $10 billion cloud computing pact with AI startup. Fed Paulson says data shows policy is mildly restrictive, warns high inflation could signal policy too loose, and just a few more as well. Gives you watch ES room to 77.25 while oil stays contained, and a break below 75.50 pullback where a fresh Iran shipping attack headline that could spike oil and read a more bearish reaction on the S&P and NASDAQ. We have a question in the chat. Elsa says, hey Kev, can you make a comparison of different assets? A comparison, are you looking for on are you looking for that on the Ask Market, or are you looking at that for on the dashboard? Let's see. Awesome, guys. Cool. So let's take a look at NASDAQ. And while you answer that, I'm going to quickly give you guys a breakdown, the bias on NASDAQ, and let me give you a quick rundown too of how to use this terminal to give you that insight and really help confirm whatever it is you're looking on the chart. Now, I don't want you guys to think, oh, I'm using MRKT. I don't need to do my own analysis. I don't need to do my own analysis. Market is going to tell me exactly what pullback level and what price target to have. No, what you want to do is you want to do your own analysis, because we should always be doing our due diligence regardless. And you're looking at MRKT to help confirm that trend you're looking at. Let's say I'm looking to go bullish right now, right? And I see, okay, we're making higher highs, we're making higher lows. This is phenomenal. This is a clear bull trend. If we pulled up our MRKT headline and it told me bearish, well then guess what? I would be a little hesitant on jumping in a long position, and I would want to come down to the bias on NQ and figure out what exactly is making it bearish. Now, right now, that's not the case. We're still bullish. Why? Trump's push for Iran nuclear talks reduces extreme geopolitical tail scenarios. Strong US ISM manufacturing, PMI supports demand and earnings. US-Japan coordinated yen intervention stabilizes FX and supports risk appetite. And Fed rate hold keeps financial conditions relatively supportive for growth stocks, which again falls in line with those AI and of course AI earnings strength and long-term data centers CapEx plans. A lot of that's driven from this CapEx, guys. Now, what's really cool too is we could come over to our newsfeed, and market drops those newsfeed headlines the second they come out. Trump says something, he tweets something, he Truth Social something, boom, it's going to come out on our news feed. It is very quick, very responsive. Let's say it's an FOMC meeting and you don't have that ability to sit there and watch the entire Kevin Warsh go, good day, and duck questions left and right, because that's what he's been doing lately. Guess what? Every time he does say something with significance, MRKT covers it the second he says it. It is that quick. We get our information and data and headlines from Reuters, one of the most trusted breaking news headlines and just breakdowns in the industry. We want nothing but the best for the best. As silly of a saying as it is, I'm sure you guys have heard it. Market is really created by traders for traders. The people I work with on the back end, Nalab, our co-founder, he's not just our co-founder. He doesn't just tell people, go update my platform. We need this, this, and this. No, he actually gets hands-on with it and says, oh, that's a good update. I'm going to work on that now. This man is up almost 24 hours a day working on this platform, and that shows true dedication. And in my opinion, that is one of the biggest differences between MRKT and some of these other platforms where people get a product out there and all they do is push it and they stop updating. MRKT is constantly updating. In terms of, based on the info market has, ask market to compare assets. We can ask it to compare assets, and we can take a look and let's ask it about Tesla and Microsoft. Give me a rundown on Tesla's recent earnings and Microsoft's recent earnings. Why did Microsoft have such a stronger bullish reaction while Tesla had a bearish reaction? We could ask MRKT this. You could go ask ChatGPT this, but it's going to give you wacky results. It's going to be like, well, Tesla wasn't that bearish. Like, again, it's going to be opinionated. We don't want opinions when it comes to trading and investing our money, because opinions don't matter. Facts do. What institutions know, that matters. Somebody from online, Tom from online, who's writing his opinion on Reddit, so when you Gemini it, Gemini pulls up his opinion, doesn't matter to me. So give me a rundown on Tesla's recent earnings and Microsoft's recent earnings. Why did Microsoft have a stronger bullish reaction while Tesla had a bearish reaction? And guys, again, smash the like button up. I want us to run that up real high today. If you have any questions, you want to see any specific assets or tickers, let me know right now. Awesome, guys. Absolutely fantastic. Look at this. Why the divergence? Execution reliability. Microsoft's unbroken beat streak versus Tesla's 50% hit rate signals Microsoft delivers predictable upside. Tesla carries earnings risk that keeps buyers cautious even into a decent print. Profitability quality. Microsoft's 40% net margin versus Tesla's 3.7%. Talk about a significant difference right there, ladies and gentlemen. 40% net margin versus 3.7% net margin means Microsoft converts revenue into cash flow at scale. Tesla's thin margin leaves little room for cost surprises or macro headwinds. What that's referring to when they say cost surprises, let's say Tesla has a major recall this quarter. Guess what? They don't have that much wiggle room to lose on their margin percentage right here. Microsoft, if Microsoft had to recall something like their Azure or something huge, they can do it. No problem. Tesla on thin ice right here. They're really seeing a lot of uncertainty. And like I mentioned before, if you got $10 million invested into Tesla, and you see a stat like this where Microsoft is absolutely doing laps around it in terms of its net margin percent, wouldn't you, if anything, take some of that money out of Tesla and possibly look at investing into Microsoft? Something else to point out, valuation buffer. Tesla's PE is 272. Now, I will say Tesla has always had an extreme PE ratio, but Microsoft is at 27. That reflects maturity, so a beat is pure upside. A Tesla miss or soft guidance deflates stretched expectations fast. All things that, again, you could try to figure it out. You could try to Google it. You're going to get mixed answers. MRKT just made it so freaking simple for us. How cool is that? This is amazing. This is one of my favorite tools to use. If I wasn't with the MRK team anyways, I'd be using it every day. It really is that cool of a platform. And this Ask Market feature is truly next level. It could, I told him, I said in the lab, this could be an application on its own. This is mind-blowing right here. Our economic calendar, it's fantastic for helping us take those trades. Backtest fundamentals is another phenomenal tool. If you're breaking it down, exactly, Elsa, you get it. That Ask Market is going to save you hours of research. Look at this. Let's say, okay, we're looking at ES here, 1 hour time frame. Why did we start rallying over here? I'm going to click this candle. What happened? US ISM PMI manufacturing and components beat expectations, supporting equities. Move occurs on very high volume around 10 a.m. Eastern. ISM manufacturing, employment and new orders indices strengthen, reinforcing US growth and soft landing narrative. And construction spending slightly weak but overshadowed by broad manufacturing strength. So everything falling into place. You're able to get your answers. If you have a why question in the markets, MRKT is going to answer it for you. So let's break down some levels. Let's actually use market here. I'm going to show you guys my morning breakdown with market. So I like to trade the S&P 500 futures, NASDAQ, and gold as well. And I'm sure you guys already know, if you've been looking at gold, it's been very neutral. If we're looking at the higher time frame here, we could even look at a 4-hour chart. You're really going to look at this chart right here, since all the way down here, and say this is a trending market? Absolutely not, right? And guess what? If you have trouble dictating whether we're trending or ranging, market has that too. Neutral. right? It's telling you neutral. When we are neutral, a lot of those trade setups that usually occur and work well in trending markets tend to fail in ranging markets. So a lot of traders, they think, oh my God, my strategy doesn't work anymore. What's going on? You have to remember, market conditions are constantly changing. There are no two markets that are alike. They're like seasonality, right? If you're in a state or you're in a country, you're somewhere where there are multiple seasons. Sometimes it's raining, sometimes it's nice out, sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's snowing. Markets, sometimes we're trending, sometimes we're ranging, sometimes our range is extremely tight and volatility is weak. Sometimes we're ranging and we're getting these massive swings on the NASDAQ. MRKT will help you recognize those swings and help you recognize the current MRKT conditions. Awesome, guys. Fantastic. Let me know any assets you guys want me to cover right now. Drop it in the chat. If you got any questions, let me know. You want me to ask market anything, let me know. Super happy to break these things down for you guys. And what's great too is we also have an MRKT Chrome extension. And what's great about the Chrome extension, let me just sign in over here real quick. What's great about the Chrome extension is it gives you those main three core aspects that we talk about with MRKT. It gives you your breaking news, live news filter right here. And the great part too is this headline notification button. If I turn off my MRKT integration, look at this beautiful example. Guys, I didn't time that myself. I didn't make this headline come out, but you see it pop up right over here. So if you're trading and you hear that noise go off and you see that notification pop up, you see that headline, the minute it comes out, then boom, gives you exactly what you need to know to either enter or exit a trade. Instead of having to flip back and forth between market and your chart, you have it right here on your same trading view window. So it has your breaking news, live news headline. It has your calendar events, which again, we could filter it out to high impact only. It is 8:27 right now. So we have international trade deficit in just about 3 minutes here. And we also have our bias. So we could select an asset and it's going to give you that bias. And what's great too is it doesn't just give you what's supporting the bias, it gives you what could flip the bias. So Forex yen slips but holds intervention gains, traders alert to more price action. Fed officials emphasize resilience and willingness to tighten if inflation rises. Extremely beneficial, extremely helpful here. Wow, I use Gemini to learn things like this, but MRKT is straight up hack for sure. Yeah, it 100% is. It's phenomenal. Producer in the back end, do you know if you guys have a code for MRKT, if it's maybe CF10? If there is no code, I know the one that always comes top of my head. My name is Kevin, guys, if I haven't introduced myself. KEV, Kev, that'll at least give you the 10% off. But when you look at market terminals, right, and big institutional terminals, something like Bloomberg, that's $25,000 to $35,000 a year. That's insane. That's crazy. No retail trader who's trying to figure out profitability is going to say, yeah, I could throw $35,000 at this terminal every year. What's MRKT annual subscription? $500. I hate the phrase no-brainer because I feel like if something was a no-brainer, wouldn't everybody be doing it? But MRKT is truly pushing that analogy, saying, listen, you need to know this. Here's the information. We're not hiding anything. We're not gatekeeping anything. We're giving you the information, plain and simple. And what's really great too, since we're in such a news-driven and headline-driven market right now, is let's say a headline comes out. Oil drops 4% after Qatar dissent raises hopes of a US-Iran deal. Let's say you're brand new to market, you're brand new to the fundamentals, or even a headline comes out and you're not quite sure, well, what does this actually mean for these markets? Well, you could hit tap to monitor impact, and that'll bring that asset onto your main screen. Or you could hit the sparkle icon over here, and it says teach me to learn the concept behind it, or explain. You're going to hit explain, and then the market AI analysis is going to give you a very quick breakdown of exactly what it means. Is it risk on or risk off? This is a risk on. A 4% oil sell-off on renewed US-Iran deal hope signals a partial removal of geopolitical and inflation risk. There you go. Use code CF for 20% off market. That is huge, guys. Guys, take advantage of that. CF for chart fanatics, 20% off mrkt.ai. Take advantage of it. Phenomenal discount right there. That's huge. Easing macro stress and supported equities and duration. And everything's following through. I know what this headline means, right? But somebody who's new might not. You hit the icon, it breaks it down for you. You know exactly what it means now. Very cool, very helpful. And what's cool too, one of my favorite features that I like to use every day, especially since the whole US-Iran conflict, is this search tab up here in the news feed. And I like to select it to high impact, and I like to look up key terms. So we can look up Iran, US, and it's going to give me any headline that happened recently that involves both of them. So we had the oil price dropping an hour ago. Qatar says draft language completed for potential US-Iran talks. Senior Iranian sources to Reuters, temporary Hormuz plan under discussion with Oman gives Tehran full control over inbounding shipping. Iranian forces attack U.S. base in Kuwait with 3 drones. This was 11 hours ago. So we see, look at that. We're able to break down these headlines, everything that happened within the past 12 hours that has significance because we can look up those keywords and figure out, okay, well, sure, we had some positive headlines and that's great. But we did just have only 11 hours ago, Iranian forces attack the U.S. base in Kuwait. Tell us about trades you personally... Yeah, so, let's see. So I'm a day trader, right? Day trader by heart, and my edge myself when it comes to technical analysis is higher time frame supply and demand. So areas that have shown significance in the past. So, for example, this 2-hour supply zone, right? Basing area, strong sell-off, markets reacted bearish off of this zone, gave us a 92-point move to the downside. Next time price came into that area, gave us another 100-point move. Next time again came over here, gave us another 74-point move. But then at this point, we found support. Again, here's that demand zone now saying here's support. And markets started to flip because we had strong Microsoft earnings, because things were looking optimistic. So guess what? When I use that information, so before when we were selling off, things were still looking more uncertain. Oil prices were still moving higher. Trump was saying announcements and news headlines like we're going to attack Iran harder than ever again, right? The whole cycle of we're going to attack them, a peace deal. We're going to attack them, a peace deal. We want control of the strait. We'll let them have control of the strait. Iran closes the strait. It's back open again. I'm sure you guys have seen the meme where it's like a job posting, where it's like a Google breakdown of a schedule, and it shows Strait of Hormuz, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. open, weekends closed. Like, it's ridiculous at this point. But because we don't control it and we just react and learn to what the headlines are telling us, I was able to take advantage of these short positions. I'm not taking them on a 2-hour time frame. I'm usually taking them on a 5 and 15. So you guys will again be able to see those reactions. So here's an example. Rejection off of supply. Shorts were looking really great here. I remember I actually took NASDAQ shorts at this point, and I took it off of the strong break below VWAP, and I kept my stop loss above VWAP at that point. Was able to target the next area of support. I was able to do this with confidence for 2 reasons. We were rejecting an area that my own analysis told me is a spot that sellers stepped in before, and at that point too, Tesla was the one with earnings that was driving us lower. Things were looking more uncertain for the economy. When we have that uncertainty and we're at a high, that leads to a very nice reaction. Markets gave us that reaction, confirming the move, took advantage of it, took those shorts. Other than that, we can say, okay, great. Now we're moving higher. We have optimism back in the market. This area of resistance up here on the 4-hour, that if we extended to the left, was a very clear zone where we rejected multiple times. Rejection to the downside, rejection to the downside, rejection to the downside. We're above it. And guess what? We're already trying to hold it as support. So a trade setup I might look for, and here's a quick analysis for you guys. I might look for us to sweep these pre-market lows over here, quick little liquidity grab, move into this area that was resistance, and now look for it to be support. And guess what's helping me on that bias? My ES fundamentals with MRKT. It's telling me, yes, look for a pullback, target 77.25. Awesome, guys. What would your analysis on Euro USD and points of interest? Absolutely, I got you. XAU, yeah, XAU we could definitely cover. And guys, I just wanted to point out too, we've been yapping. I've been telling you guys about the product, showing you guys how it works. And remember, we had trade deficit information coming out today on our economic calendar. Look at where it fell. Exactly, almost to a billionth on forecast. We had forecast of negative 73 billion. It came out at negative 73.3 billion. Boom. What happened? We got nothing from that. We got no reaction because it fell on forecast. Yo, good day. What's going on, man? Good day. You taking that right out of Mr. Kevin Warsh's book? Bro, I feel like we got to ban good day after Kevin Warsh just ruined it. He's got to say good morning or good afternoon and come on with a purple tie. He's got to pull some Powell. Everybody misses Mr. Jerome Powell. All right, guys, this has been phenomenal. We can now see, okay, what else do we have going on? I know somebody asked for gold. Now, it's cool with market too. So I trade gold, but I trade GC. If you trade XAU USD, it has Forex pairs. It has gold pairs. It has everything you need. We could ask it right now. We go to Ask Market, new chat. What's the bias on GC, gold right now? There we go. I was seeing if that comma would work and translate into a comma. It didn't, so that's all right. What's the bias on GC, gold right now? Gonna ask it. Now, of course, we could just use the dashboard for this, but it's a lot of fun using this as well. So gold stalls near 40.50 as the oil shock meets real yield pressure. So here we go. What's pulling it higher? Because geopolitical tensions ease. I'm going to zoom this in a bit for you guys. There we go. That's better. Because geopolitical tensions ease, reducing oil spike fears, Trump cancels Iran strikes, easing war tensions, Fed communication and meeting frequency, policy uncertainty, and U.S. 10-year yields ease from 18-month high. That's mind-blowing right there. This is what could help pull gold higher. If you don't know what one of these mean, you click it, and boom, there you go. Forex yen slips but holds intervention gains. Traders alert to more action. Be careful there. What could pull it lower? Oil slump on Iran deal hopes reduces inflation roll. Let's see. Target 4,100 for a bearish break. Pullback 4,150 for bullish reclaim. Watch an oil slump on Iran deal hopes could slip gold inflation tailwind and flip the read bearish. Be very careful there. There's a nice read. We can take a look at our dashboard here. Get the same information. Looking at gold, neutral. So for me, when I'm trading, because I have those multiple assets, when you trade, guys, you don't want to be looking at 50 different pairs where you're rushing through every day. You're like, what's this doing? What's this doing? What's that doing? You're going to get confused. You're going to get overwhelmed. Give yourself a handful of assets to trade so that you have different opportunities, but you're not forcing it to a point that you're like, oh, what's this doing? Oh, I have a setup here. I have a setup here. No, find those high probability setups, find what's in your favor and trade those. Because I trade ESNQ and gold, I used to love trading oil. It wasn't until last year when Trump originally announced new tariffs on every country that oil price action turned to complete garbage. Volume went haywire. The price action was inconsistent. So guess what? That market out of the question. I'm not going to force any trades because as a trader, we're not just here to hit buy and sell. We're here to create a system, have proper foundation, have follow through with that system, and be consistent. When you create routine in your trading, routine builds consistency. You can't be consistent without routine. Have you ever heard of a trader that was like, oh yeah, I traded the orb today and made X amount of money. And then the next day they're like, oh yeah, I traded moving averages today and then I made this much money. No, because they're consistent. They're consistent traders. They're consistently following their routine. Consistency isn't just about profits. It's about following your strategy, looking for the same playbook, looking for those same trades, and looking at the same assets. Awesome, guys. Let's see. We had Good Day Gang. We had XAU USD. So we covered gold. Gold is very range bound right here. If we take a look at our market, if we take a look at our chart at least, and let's find some key levels for you guys, look at how it reacted to a previous day low yesterday, right? So yesterday we sold off of VWAP, sold off, hit previous day low, and instead of going to an area of support that I had marked out, what did it do? It rejected previous day low and stayed range bound. Look at the price action on that intraday scale on gold lately. So this blue background is the overnight session. The blacker, the darker background, that is the New York session. Look at this price action here on the New York session on the 5-minute. You know, I've heard of barcoding price action, but this is ridiculous. This is untradeable. And again, as a trader, you're not just a trader. You're a risk manager. You're an asset manager. And you want to know if this isn't trading in my favor, volume's not picking up, analysis isn't steady, or it's not reacting to one of my predetermined levels, I don't want to take that trade. Again, the day prior, gold. This is Friday. Chop, chop, chop all day. Day before that, a whole lot more chop. We had one day with a trend, and guess what? This was Wednesday. This was FOMC. So we had a nice, strong move from there. Absolutely. Honestly, the most active fanatic. Guys, we gotta, be active, man. Let me know in the chat. What are you looking at? What are you trading? I know I just got a question for Bitcoin. We could ask Bitcoin too. You could take a look at our market dashboard here and look for Bitcoin. Look at this. We had a headline come in right there. See if it's anything relative. Fed Paulson says inflation remains too high, needs to be reduced. This is hawkish Fed inflation warning. Reinforces restrictive policy expectations, lifting yields and dollar while pressuring equities. Yeah, we could take a peep at NASDAQ for sure. Absolutely. Let's cover NASDAQ. Bitcoin's great. I'll very quickly and briefly cover Bitcoin. Bitcoin sort of within that same area as gold, where it's been very range bound, coming between a support, resistance, and look how great and active these levels are on Bitcoin here. We have 63,569 has been support when we're above it, resistance when we're below it. The next level, 64,000 around 100. Resistance when we're above it, support when we're below it. So we can look for a break and retest of that 6,400 level. Other than that, if we're trading between 6,400 and 63,500, I would really be looking to keep Bitcoin alone. Very range-bound asset, and it's not a true asset that is going to be moved very well or consistently with some of the reports we see, like ES does, like gold does. Let's take a quick look at NASDAQ. I know somebody asked that in the chat. Take a look at NQ. I'm a huge fan of trading NASDAQ here, so let's pull up NQ, find some price levels, and see what's cracking there. Now, NASDAQ is much lower than ES, so take a look at the daily time frame, guys. NASDAQ, from its all-time highs, reached as low as 12% from those all-time highs. Bearish territory is 10%. Pullback territory is 5%. We reached below that 10%. Great buying opportunity on a long-term portfolio stance. And then boom, we had a great reaction. Well, this reaction, we pulled back out of nowhere. Nope. We pulled back because we had that Google, that Microsoft, that Amazon, those optimistic earnings that said, hey, listen, AI spending is still big, but now they're seeing even more profit. So people that are saying, oh, we have an AI bubble. Oh, AI is going to crash. The market's going to crash. There's a bubble. The revenue is not real. It is real. It's there, and it's consistent. As long as that AI optimism, as long as those AI investments are still showing net revenue and net profit for these big tech companies, investors, the $1 million investors, not us small fries, are going to keep riding this wave. We want to ride the wave with them. We do not want to be counter trend trading against them. Very cool right there. Awesome. Awesome. Kev's dropping some knowledge. Yo, you got it, man. Absolutely. Love dropping knowledge for you guys. Guys, if you don't already, follow us on social media. It on Instagram is marketmrktai.insights. Follow my own Instagram as well, is Trading with Kev. Like to post daily content for you guys, giving you some information, whether it's a trade recap, a trade breakdown, market analysis, keeping you on the right side of the trend. Now, what I wanted to show you before is looking at the NASDAQ. We are currently 6% from those all-time highs. When we look at an asset like ES, look how close we are, guys. Less than 1% away right here to all-time highs. ES is going to smash that today. Almost, I don't want to say guaranteed. There's no such thing as guaranteed in the market. But when we look at the momentum stacking up here, 4% in 3 straight days, volume is picking up pretty steady and consistent. We are very close to those all-time highs. If we take a look at an asset like the Dow, it is at all-time highs. When we look at something like ES, it's not just tech, right? It's tech, it's growth, it's industrial. That is the Dow, that is the NASDAQ, and that is the ES. So ES is giving us that continuation. It is moving very nice. Would definitely be a bull on ES today, no doubt about it. Looking for support off of those pre-market lows. Would love a dip opportunity, right? We always want to look to buy the low and sell the high, right? Now, that saying alone, buy the low, sell the high, is a great saying to just remember when it comes to trends and when it comes to range-bound trading, but we don't want to take it so literal. We don't want to be the trader that ES makes an all-time high, and we're like, oh, wow, we made an all-time high. Now I have to short it. What? Why would you short it if markets are showing us strength? If markets are showing us all-time highs? Trade with the trend. So we're not necessarily selling the highs. Instead, we want to take the other side of that saying and say we want to buy the lows. When we buy the lows, guess what? Then we could look to get out at the highs, right? Take that profit at highs. Real strong move there. Good advice, solid breakdown. And that's how we use our market AI terminal to help confirm or even possibly deny what trend we're looking for in those markets. So really clean stuff right there. Fantastic. If you guys got any questions on this, let me know. I love fundamental talks and the analysis anytime. I just love to exchange of perspectives and insights. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. And you know what's funny, man? Even before MRKT was a big thing, people still use tools like not FinViz, but like Forex Factory, things like that. And that just scrapes the surface. Market gives you the deep dive. It gives you the breaking news headlines. It gives you a fundamental bias. It gives you the reasoning behind the bias, what to watch out for the bias, and also how to use an economic calendar to actually profit off of economic events. I can't tell you guys how many times I see a content creator trader, that's what I call them, go, okay, if you want to pass your evaluation accounts for CPI, put your short position down here 10 points away and put your long position over here 10 points away and just limit orders and that'll pass your account. That it blows my mind that people believe that people try that, because guess what? Even if it does work out once in a while, you pass an eval from that because it's a cheap, easy trade, no problem. What is that building? That's one, building bad habits. You never want to build a bad habit as a trader. And two, it's not something that you could consistently trade. If you pass an eval like this because you couldn't pass it by trading yourself, guess what's going to happen when you're on that funded? You're going to blow it. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to be like, I can't believe I got to funded and then I lost it. We don't want to be doing that. We want to trade consistently every day. Like I mentioned before, routine is key when it comes to trading the market. Something that you could consistently show up and do that has enough proper results that your losses are minimum, your winners are stronger, right? You want to have red days of $200, $250, and green days of $500, $750, $1,000. Minimize that risk, maximize the reward. Good risks or reward will keep you there. Good understanding of markets will keep you there as well. Kevin, what is your role within market? So I host a lot of the live streams. I created a show with them and it's called Market in the Morning, MRKT in the Morning, where I host a live stream 8:20 to 10:30 every single day doing exactly this. Break down some charts, break down some technicals, and we do take some live trades there as well since we're live into the New York session open. So a lot of fun there. I do a lot of that on the back end, some content creation, but mainly those live streams, getting some guests on the show. A lot of fun. I always love these shows, these hosting, these opportunities to share knowledge, right? I love passing on that knowledge because, like people have been saying for years on years on years now, knowledge is power, right? And technical analysis is great. It's something I will always tell every trader, new traders, old traders. any strategy works, just like no strategy works. You could be trading moving averages and find consistency because you have proper risk management, and then the next guy could try moving averages and be forcing trades, jumping in too soon, have poor risk management, and then guess what? We are going to get that reaction. We are going to be inconsistent. You want to be consistent enough that you take any strategy that makes sense to you and say, okay, I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to have losing days, but that's okay, because guess what? I have the fundamentals to back my bias. I have proper risk management, so my losses are minimum, and whatever else you might be looking for. Yeah, that streams on YouTube. Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Guys, it is 8:51. Let me know if you have any other assets you want me to cover, and we will break them down. We also have, again, our news feed. We have our market TV feed. What's great with our market TV feed is it brings up your market live stream. Their market in the morning stream. We have Reuters available, Chart Fanatics. Oh, look at that. I know these guys. How cool is that? Bloomberg. What's really cool, too, is the Fed Reserve. So if Powell, if Warsh is speaking, you can watch it live here as well, and also a lot of our replays too. So guys, that is the S&P, that is the NASDAQ. We covered some gold. Take a quick dive into oil just to make sure it is in fact selling off. Boom, look at that big bearish candle here, 7 a.m. bearish candle on oil. Let's break it down and see what was moving oil at this point. Hey, that's awesome, man. I look forward to seeing you there. So what happened on 8/4, which is today at 7 a.m. Eastern? Oil sold off on headlines suggesting imminent U.S.-Iran deal reopening Hormuz. Qatar signaling completed draft language for potential U.S.-Iran talks, easing supply fears. So again, when we hear a supply deficit or a supply change or worries about a supply, guess what? Price moves higher, because if it's harder to get, it's going to get more expensive. Whereas if we see a supply sort of an ease in supply fears, then things get cheaper because we know it's going to be more easily accessible. Basent said Iran deal to open Hormuz could possibly be done by tomorrow or Wednesday, which is today. Today is tomorrow. Sequential headlines showed Brent and U.S. crude dropped on U.S.-Iran deal hopes, and broader narrative on energy prices settling lower reinforced bearish oil sentiment. So large, high volume sell-off, right? So we see the volume, we see it was there, we had our breakdown. Take a look at oil on our chart right here. Let's see. Awesome. Awesome, guys. Looks good. Daily time frame. Look at that. Oil is pulling back. We see that we're pulling back on oil. We're back to the bottom of the range. Awesome, guys. We're going to be wrapping up the stream very shortly. Again, any questions, please let me know. We have our bias. We have our calendar. Any breakdown you want to see. Unemployment data. And what's cool, too, is it also has an economy tab. And look at our inflation. So inflation has been easing because oil sold off last month. So look at the rise in inflation. This rise in inflation from 2.4% to 4.2% was directly related to oil moving higher. Oil started moving lower. We started moving lower. How much experience? So I've been trading for over 6 years. Been using market for about over a year now, almost a year now, I would say. And yeah, it's been a phenomenal tool. Great terminal. Gives you great insight, breakdowns, and again, it really gets rid of the whole having to Google things, figure things out. You know, employment rate, what's that at? What's it mean? What's the trend of it? Has it been consistent? Has it been staggering? JOLTS, job openings, anything you need to know, market could break it down. Ask market, it'll break it down. Anything you need, market's going to break it down. It's that cool of an asset, that cool of a tool. Love to see it. Guys, any more questions, please let me know in the chat. We will be wrapping up this stream very soon. You guys let me know in the chat right now. We'll give it another minute. Perfect. Cool, guys. Cool. Absolutely stellar. Great breakdown, great analysis. There's so many other tools too. Like if you see a headline that's important, you want to share it with your friends, you click that little screenshot icon and it copies it to your clipboard. You paste it immediately. So very strong, nice moves there. But guys, we're going to be wrapping it up. I appreciate you all for having me here today. Phenomenal stream. Be safe. Take some good trades. Manage your risk properly. Make sure you're trading with the trend. Don't be trading against it. And if you have any questions, you guys can always feel free to reach out. Love hosting these streams, these market AI streams on Chart Fanatics with you guys. Any more questions, let me know. If you haven't already, smash that like button if you learned something today. That's my goal too with these streams, whether I'm here or on Market AI, is to give you good information. Take care, everybody. Have a great rest of your day. The app is called marketedge.ai, MRKT edge.ai. Go check it out. Use code CF for 20% off.
Hello. How is everybody doing? It's me again. My name is Pavlovich. I'm gonna be your host now today on Chart Fanatics Live. We're gonna trade order flow and specifically on Nasdaq. Oi. What's up, Mac? Okay, we have we're gonna have more people drop in. Like always, the people from mine, they join last minute. How is everybody doing? Mac, Tom Skuban. Good morning. What's up, Max? Hello, everyone. Yeah. Okay. Let's wait for some more people to jump in before we even start looking at the chart. So, how is everybody doing? Bra dog, Pav. Nice. Matt Svirtsen. Matt, I've seen you in my stream as well. Good morning, everyone. Glass as well. Guys, where are you from? I recall, if I don't... Mac, you're from Australia. Matt, Max, and Glass. Where are you guys from? As well, Tom. I'm also, by the way, going to my Discord and alert the people more that we have started. Lebanon. Nice. Norway, but now South Africa. Okay, that's cool. Wait, we have from Norway. So, fellow landsman, huh? You should understand me quite good if I start speaking Swedish. Peru. Okay, cool. I'm from Kenya. Wait, how? Wait, I got it fully twisted. Then I recall somebody was from Australia and it was either Matt, or somebody else. France for me. Nice. France. Hello, chat. Hello, Pav. What's up, Mr. Andy? I'm from Canada. Okay, cool. Cuban parents. Oof. Serbia. Oi. We have one guy from my country, pretty much. Poland. Nice. What time is it for you guys over there? For me, at my where I'm at, it's at the moment 3 o'clock. What's up, Luki? Okay, now we're gonna have more people from mine joining as well. Landsman from Norr. Nice. Just closed my swing for TP. Held it from Friday to today. 5-hour trade and passed phase 1. Bello, well done. How has the week been for you guys so far? How was Monday? So yesterday. Oi. Did you guys catch the longs yesterday? That's nice. Can tell that would be really nice. Hitting TPs is always nice. Okay, let's go to the chart. Nice. So, yeah, like always, we want to track where is value headed. I posted it on. Let me see if I did it on your guys' Discord, Chart Fanatics. No, okay, I didn't post it here. I did post it on the email that I send out to my community. So pretty much, We're in value area low on the composition profile. And you want to just track where's value heading. And we knew from here, like, okay, we have shifted higher. The auction may have flipped. Time to look for longs. So yesterday and on a Friday, and yeah, on Friday, that's when we started to look for longs. And then yesterday we had this as well. So we were bullish and it played out. We tried to catch some longs. Let me show you guys how we looked on my end when I want to take some longs yesterday. We got stopped out for break even twice. And then it just went, but that's fine. Just close. Nice one, Broski. Yeah. Nice. Let me see. Let me just go back to what we took yesterday so you have an idea of how it went for me at least. Actually, I can actually turn on the... Yeah. Long from here. Came up. Stopped out for break even. Long from here. Once it came up here, trade my stop loss to break even again. Stopped out for break even. Or a little in profit at least. Yeah. Yeah, and then it just went. So besides from that, nothing actually. Okay, let's wait for some more people to join before I start building my narrative more and more. Actually, do we have any news today? Let me just take that up. I don't see anything on Forex Factory. If I go to Financial Juice, August 4th. US jobs, job openings. Okay, interesting. Hey Pav, how are you, bro? I'm good. How are you, Corvinson? How are you doing? Just gonna take up the news for me so I have it in front of me so I can see what is gonna happen today. Also gonna boot up my news fetcher, live news fetcher that we have for the app. 1 second, everyone. Okay, that's working. Nice. Wow. It's gonna be an interesting day today. How many times a week do you trade on Chart Fanatics? Twice. However, next week is gonna only be Thursday because we got a lot of new New York traders as well. Yeah. But yeah, next week only Thursday. From what I've heard, maybe I might do Tuesday as well, but yeah. Good, bro. I have 2 funded, did 3 payout over this 5-month learning trading. Nice. Well done, well done. How are you trading, Corvinson? What's your strategy, your approach? Are you doing the IVB? Are you doing some ICT, some Fibonacci? Imagine you're trading and you get the windows. You know what happened to me once? And it was actually not once. It was live on my streams. Mid-trade, I lose connection. It was quite crazy. Mid-trade, I lose connection. And, you know, I couldn't reconnect. I couldn't do anything. And then it pumps up. I was going long. And then at the last second, I got connection. I was like, kill this trade because I don't want to bother with this problem if it's going to be technical issues. And then when I killed it, in a second, it's like exploded down. Maybe I don't think it was Trump tweet or whatever it was, but that was super lucky. And then I had another occasion when I was trading and how was it? Yeah, I couldn't monitor the stop loss and take profit. for like a decent 5 minutes. I was floating 1.1k, something like that. Couldn't kill it. I couldn't kill it. And then it went against me and hit a daily drawdown because I couldn't kill it. I trade breakout. I mark a range in 5 minute short. Wait for breakout acceptance. Okay. Nice. Clean. And it's been working for you clearly. Payouts. 5 payouts, right? No. 2 funded. 3 payouts over 5 months learning. That's really good, man. Getting a payout within your first 5 months of learning trading is... Yeah, that's not normal. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people, it takes years. What's up, Sherry? Okay. We always go up. We have more people joining in last minutes. Always. Otherwise, how's life been? Is good? Are you guys stressed? Are you calm? How is life? Personally, I'm going to take a small vacation. Let me just see. Not next week, but the week after that. I gotta go take a quick vacation to reboot. What's that? Hey, Pav. Yeah, put the child to bed and start trading for a bit. Okay, nice. What's up? What's up, Soren? No, just 3 payout in the last month. I breached 12 account, but it's just 5k CFT. Okay. Okay. In the last month, you got 3 payouts. Okay, that's actually good. It's been good. Holding 17,000 pip loan from... Okay, damn. Damn, month. Nice. Did you strike any live Gex streamer yesterday? I had a demon that someone told you and you checked, and after seeing it was gone and my... Wait, what? Did you strike any live Gex streamer? Someone told you and you checked, and after that the stream was gone and never... What the fuck? No, I didn't. But I know that you... who was it that showed me? I just went in. Wait, what happened? Did you get striked out? What the heck? Wait, there was one guy that actually dropped it in the chat, if I recall. He dropped it in the chat and then... Yeah, who knows? What's up, Word Market Financial? Got the big TP. Okay, let's lock in today. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm just gonna boot up everything I need. My end. Yes, everything is running here. I got the Deep Dome. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to share because I only share one window, but I got my hands on Deep Dome. And I'm gonna start. Yeah, it's the first day I'm using it actually. It's gonna be interesting. What's up, Mr. Fez? Okay, we have more people from my end joining now. Oi. By the way, guys, always look at the discounts. You can see it at the bottom. Make sure to join their Discord. Chart Fanatics. We got giveaways every day. And as always, this is not financial advice. It's only for education and entertainment. Yeah, somebody from the community DM'd me, Pa, bro, little that you checked and it was gone. What? Maybe release a 1 month free for those who can't afford to get idea of gigs without spending much. Wait, on what? You mean on TN Nomad, the TN Edge? Do you copy trade? No, No. I go one account at a time. What's up, Alexio? I'll refresh one thing. By the way, guys, how is the quality? Is it good? So here on Chart Fanatics, Chart Fanatics Live, I always we stream only one window because otherwise it becomes blurry. Maybe next time we can maybe try to stream all the others. I can try like to stream the desktop and yeah, hopefully it's gonna work out then. Because I would love for you guys to see the left side. I pay attention a lot to my daily volume profiles and then also the 5-minute volume on each candle. Something new I actually picked up and start using more and more, and I would love to show you guys. So let's see next on Thursday. We can check it out. Options, because it's becoming the new cool thing. Okay. We can check. Okay, thanks. Good. Quality is good. Everything's good. Okay, nice. Perfect. Good. Sebroid. Sebroid. Nice. By the way, guys, I'm looking with the fiance before we start. We have 20 minutes left. I'm looking with, I'm trying to find somewhere else. I want to move to another country. Sweden is lovely. It's a great country. It's beautiful and so on. But I want to try something new. So me and the fiance are looking for some new places in the world. Do you have any recommendations? And please, not something it's not too hot of a place, because it's I'm born here in Sweden, right? We can't handle the heat like some other people, okay? Pav, how you read delta? I mean, how you take it as confirmation or what? Quite simple. Okay, while we wait for the others to answer. I pay attention to, say, price is going lower and I see sell delta joining in here. Oh, nice. Wait, they have put my screen on the right side so you can see. Okay. Yeah, if you see sellers stepping in here and price instead starts trading above, that's absorption. They failed. And I try along. That's how I read it. Doesn't become more simple than that. And then also vice versa for bullish. Okay, let me see. India. Okay, damn, bro. Okay. Maybe not India. That's going to be too hot. Portugal. We got two people, one after another, saying Portugal. What's the weather in Portugal? How hot is it there right now? $27 degrees in Portugal. Actually, nice. What weather are you looking for? You know, the weather where you can exist, you can live. You don't go out and you like, because for example, when I'm in Serbia, like my guy, he's like 40 degrees at some point. You can't go out. You can't. At least not. I can't. You gotta sit inside. So I would like to be in a country where you can at least function. You can go out and you don't have to be like wait till like 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock before you can go. Spain. Okay. I will tell you, Morocco, Rabat City is nice city. Oof, Morocco sounds, that's too hot, guys. That's too hot. Maybe Spain as well. It's too hot. Canada. Canada. Okay. Israel, okay. Also, potentially a place where there's no problem at the moment. Come to Canada, bro. It's boring, but good for trading. Okay. Medellin, Colombia is springtime all year. Okay. Or Norway. Matt, I can't go. I can't go from Sweden to Norway. It's like 5 minutes. Switzerland. I've been thinking about it. Maybe Österrike, Austrish. Not Germany, but Österrike. Okay, I don't know how you say it in English, but Austrish, something like that. Trades. That would be interesting. Greek. Yeah, Greek is, yeah, why not? Usman complains about the heat a lot. There you go. And yeah, I don't want to bother with that. Bogota. And damn, Andorra, but it's a bit like Switzerland. Okay, Argentina is temperate and the people are friendly. Taxes sucking. Yo, by the way, taxes. Yeah. Somewhere, there's a little more tax friendly, especially for people that run business. As a trader, when you start making money, yeah, you don't want to get taxed too much. That's gonna be too much. Yeah, potentially a place where you don't get taxed a lot as well. How about Caribbean countries? I was looking at Puerto Rico because it's tax free as well, but I don't know how the living condition is there. Forget Portugal then. How much is taxes in Portugal? Malta. Go to Cyprus. Cyprus. I've been there. It's a really nice country, but it's really. I've been in Ayia Napa. I'm not the guy that parties, by the way. I'm a family-friendly guy, so I'm really boring in that sense. But I've been on Ayia Napa and then also on Potaras, something like this. And it's super hot as well. But how is taxes? That's the thing. Dominican Republic was better. Andorra, it's 10%. What? Is it 10% taxes in Andorra? How is that possible? And Andorra. Dominican Republic was better. 23 others. Too many hurricanes in Puerto Rico. What the? How about Monaco then? Monaco. I don't know. That's why I really don't know. I haven't looked so much. I was like, okay, contemplating. I was just purely focused on the weather and tax rate. Like that's it. I didn't pay attention to more stuff than that. Location is not so problematic. It's okay. We can go wherever. But Monaco, isn't it? If I go there, I'm gonna lose my citizen, like my passport and all of that in Sweden, right? Isn't that the case? Like you lose your passport, something like that. I recall there's some country that, yeah, you can't have others. Cyprus is a hot. Okay, Cyprus. Monaco, tax-free but expensive and good weather. Okay, I like it. You guys gave me some stuff to think about. Some countries. Bulgaria, also 10%. Swear. What's up, Danuka? Move to India and meet laptop. Please, guys. For the people that don't know about what Alexio means, I was once on a stream and there came in one guy joined and he asked me like, can I get him a laptop? And then 5 minutes later, he talked about a trade he took on deep trust or whatever. Pretty much we busted him. We said, aha, so you can trade, but you laptop, huh? What the hell is happening with this? Yeah, you lose your citizenship. Ooh, that's gonna be good. Yeah, I don't know. By the way, Japan, yeah, Japan and can be really cool. Wow, there's so many possibilities. I gotta really think about it. Vanuatu has 0 tax and can pay for citizenship. You know, there are some programs that, for example, in Italy, I've seen like you get paid if you move there and you get like a house, you get a lot of benefits. But there's like they're trying to populate increase population in some cities. But for a guy like me that don't want to be so much in big cities. I grew up in big cities. Going to a more chill place, more calm would be like no problem. Okay, so Puerto Rico is the best contender so far. Let's see. Whoa, we haven't even opened up. What's happening? We got 10 minutes left. What the hell? Guys, is this Mr. Orange guy? Something happened? Andorra is in the mountains, so it's not too hot, but it's small. Okay. What is ES2? I don't know. What was this impulsing from? What? Just out of nowhere? Or was that some news? Ukraine. Farmer already see the average crop price. Surely that can't be the thing that pushes it so much now. Okay. How is tax in Sweden? Wow. You can ask Mr. Matt how it is for us Scandinavians, but we get taxed 50%. So we have 33% tax, okay? So say 30% tax. However, we got also something called moms. And it's like a hidden tax on everything you buy. So it's 20%. So we get like 50% taxed in Sweden. But we get free education, we get free like healthcare and so on. But yeah, so 50%, just throw it in the bin. It's the algorithm liquidity sweeping proper retail stop loss. Trump has to keep the market up for midterms. If not, they will lose everything, in my opinion. Okay. The Fed chair and the Treasury Secretary just had a press conference about balancing the deficiencies. Why did I not get it up on my end? Okay, we have more people joining now. I'm gonna start building the narrative soon. Subskill. Hi Pab, can I see your big trade settings because I just bought deep shots yesterday? Definitely. It's not gonna show it if I pay, because I can take it up now, but you're not gonna see it. I have it to 60. However, go on, because I know that you're in the Discord. Go to archives, then go to deep chart templates. There's a post there, and I updated it there. Not free, you are prepaying for it. Wait, what? You mean about the taxes? What's up, Banga? The thumbnail should be live trading with the aggressive professional camera publish. That's crazy. What's up, Sahin? Hello, yo. Okay, now we have my people joining. Ay. You know, a guy talked about this before. Trading is, you are a professional gambler. In a sense, because it's like zero-sum game. But if you become really good at it, you can make lots of money. Healthcare. Yeah, prepay. In that sense, yes. It's, yeah, in that sense, yeah, you mean like... but you know the thing, Tom? For us, like young guys, everyone that has citizenship. I'm born here, but yeah, I got everything free. So it's a sure. If I stay here and I start paying taxes, then I'm gonna pretty much pay it forward for my kids and everyone else in the community. But now, if I plan to move, yeah, that's not gonna be the case. But growing up in Sweden is really like it's good because you get they really help you in the beginning of life. However, after that's when you gotta pretty much take care of yourself. But yeah, it's free for us young guys. But once we grow up, start getting a job, paying taxes and all of that, yeah, then it becomes quite shitty. But hey, that's how communities work. That's how everything works. You use deep charts? Yeah, this is deep charts. If you want 10% discount, my bad. You have a wait. You got here chart Fanatics CF. You get 30% off. I also have a discount with the code Pavlovich. You get 25%, 30%, something like that. Remember, guys, join the Discord. They have giveaways daily. Look at the discount they have also on this stream. It's a lot of stuff. How do I follow you on Instagram? Sure, let me drop it here for you guys. Here you have my Instagram. Think about like a donation. Yeah. What's up, Pav? What are you looking for today? What's up, Strix? Let's start. You know what? Time to start. Let's focus. So, let's go over to my profile framing chart. We can start building our narrative. You're talking about kids, Pav? Well, time flies. I'm planning to get married and start a family, guys. I'm 24 years old. Okay, it's quite young, but still. Trying to get everything done before I'm 30. Okay, value has shifted higher. We knew this since Thursday last week on Friday. So on Thursday going to Friday, which is here, we were bullish. And yesterday we were bullish as well. So yeah, we've been shifting. And we did it in value area low of the composition profile. That's why I was looking to be more bullish. Because if you shift value down here to being, if we go from bearish, if you pay attention, you look at the value area on the blue zones, bam, 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 shifting higher. Okay, we're bullish. It's a good indication to be bullish. Doesn't mean like, okay, time to go long. But if you pay attention to the day after that and POC, we're rising, right? Even more confidence, like, okay, time to look for longs. So clearly I am bullish. And Cote report was also slightly bullish, but yeah. Okay, let's go over back to my 1 minute. Free Pav, you came on YouTube when I searched a grid. Okay, you guys are just trolling. Thank you. No worries, brother. Certain marks are not gambling because certain index can't go to 0 or past 0. So technically it can be gambling because of diverse. Okay, there you go. We have some more insight. Nice. I always pick up. I can't recall if Fabio said it one time. He said it in a funny way, like we are all professional gamblers. But yeah, okay. Of course, it's not gambling. Gambling is like you are putting a bet and hoping like everything. You have some idea behind it, of course. What's up, JC? Yeah, guys, make sure to like the stream. Like. Bro, do you have summer in Sweden? I mean, like, no, not that hot. No chance that hot. Around 30, that can be like maximum heat. Do you only trade New York session? Yeah, on stream. However, I also trade on the side, like PM session. I like to trade it as well, but I do it on my own. Yes, I'm bullish too. Hey, Pop, do you think open of straight is already priced in? No idea. Let's see. 1 second. Here you go. We open up. Yeah, I'm bullish too, but we're on the POC of last month. Nice. I love Emily alert. Good morning, Bella. Glad to have you here. Degenerate gambler. I recall he said something about this. Fabio said it on a I think it was on a short. Bob, the only trade gambling session is a New York session. Why is it a gambling session for you? Yeah, New York session only. When volume kicks in, that's when I trade. Is MEQ data and NQ same? No. I would only chart on NQ. That's why I have it on. I have it open here. But I take trades on MEQ. My nephew from Norway is here, and he complains that it's 20. You see. Yeah, it's we Scandinavian, we have a little problem with heat. We're not used to it that much, but it's becoming hotter and hotter, surely with time. Okay, let's see. Do we have a gap fill? We got 20%, 25% chance of filling the gap today. Interesting, based on T and Edge. Let me start turning off stuff. Oh yeah, by the way, I got Deep Dome. First time I'm using it. You guys are not gonna see it, but really interesting to see how it works, how it plots out, and just purely seeing big limit orders out in the market. And I'm aware that we have stuff like spoofing and stuff. Yeah. What the hell happened now? Okay. MNQ has more retail noise. Yeah, don't plot the deep trade volume and all that on MNQ. It's not the same. I would plot it only on NQ. Dude, stop worrying about spoofing. No, but I'm really curious to see how it presents itself. Like, I want to see the limit orders and all of that. Why is... Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's start. Can turn on IVB. Like usually. I wait the first 30 minutes, but if I see something before that, I can try it. I did some pre-market trading. I'm already up $900 on the day. I did some London session trading. But yeah, so I have quite a good buffer for today, but I'm not gonna risk too much. Just gonna play it normally like I always do. I missed that open trade on SPY. It had decent pre-market support. Dang. Happens. Look in. We just open up 3 minutes in. You're gonna see a lot of more possibilities. Good thing is though, you saw it. Okay, we got composition POC all the way up here. Quite a long way up. However, let me merge these profiles. We rejected up here previously. This is value area high. Quite a long day. Oof, that was like 10 days ago, something like that. Let's see if sellers step in here, defend, or we're gonna keep up with this bullish momentum going higher. Facts. Yeah. You got this, Dolphin. First day trading IVB. Okay, nice. So you can play it however, like there's a lot of ways to play it. It's more like a narrative. Keep that in mind. So IVB tells you like, okay, we have the opening range. We have statistics backing up if we break out of the first 30-minute opening range, for example. Looking for longs in this area is, yeah, statistically really good. And so how you find the long is up to you. You can use the 50 min IVB as well if you want to be more aggressive. And I've seen it hit a lot. However, I don't have data trading it, so I can't trade it. That should make sense though. I would never put money on something that I don't have data on. That would be gambling. That would definitely be gambling. I'm doing it as you explain it on YouTube with 30 min IVB, retest, absorption, and trade. Oh, okay. Yeah. I did back test. By the way, next, have you seen the back testing of it 1 year at least, and then also, yeah, that model is profitable. However, always do your own. If you want to put, always do your own, like testing, back testing, all of that. But that model, with for a fact, I can tell you, is profitable. Yeah, if you keep doing that and correctly, with discipline, you have a simple approach, yeah, it's gonna be all right. But it's not guaranteed, of course. It's not financial advice. It's just what I found from my own backtesting. Yeah, I saw the lives, but the frequency of trades is low. Exactly. Yeah, and it's meant to be like that. Less is more. Always. In my books, less is always more. And that approach fit me. Keep that in mind. You have to test and see if it fits you as well. I am okay with taking 1-2 trades a day. And yeah. We have a lot of really good traders in the community. In our Discord, trading this order flow and all of that. We also have one guy called Kex. He's not in here as of now. Maybe he will join soon. He's been doing this like IVB challenge, and just but trying to implement his own model using IVB or whatever. He can trade whatever he wants. We call it IVB challenge. You can use whatever you want. And he's doing great. He had 4 weeks of trading it and 4 green weeks. So yeah, discipline takes you a long way. 400 was wall right. Pop confirm with your CVO. I'm going to, we're building still that. We're testing it. We're going to test it out. It's going to be launched next week, most likely. Because we have a contract with the other with the other options data provider this week. Once that's done, for all the TM members, you're going to get live options data. What model do you usually trade, or your best model during London or the PM session? Ooh, okay, that's my alone time trading, huh? PB shape models always. Yeah. Because it's more stable. It's a lot more stable, specifically during PM session. Like it moves so damn nice. I can't explain. It's like everything reacts like it should react. Everything is respecting everything it should respect. But it makes sense logically, because the volume, how it goes. So you have the timeline here, okay? New York Open right here. Volume is up here, and then it's like it goes down like this, and then towards the end it goes up again, right? So now when we trade, volume is going crazy, so you're more prone out to stops, flicks, like they're gonna take you out, blah blah blah, yada yada. But during PM session, so around this sweet spot, around the 19 o'clock, 7 o'clock my time, like it's beautiful. But I stop before at 9 o'clock. I don't go over 9 o'clock, because then we got this end of day like orders kicking in. They take their profits, all of that, and you get stopped out again. So do you have like any rule that I should follow, like 1-to-1 break even and stuff like that? If you want specifically my model that I showed everyone on the community, really simple. So say you have absorption here. Say this is the IVB retest, this red line, just, yeah. And then you have absorption. Once it goes, you wait for absorption, a candle closer above, and then you wait for it to go down. Test it, flip the candle. Go, there I go long. At 1-to-1, I go break even. At 1-to-2, I kill the trade. That's it. Sub Viper option isn't complete. It's getting tested. I don't want to give people something that if it's gonna have issues the first day. No. I'm gonna test it out, make sure it's alright. Because we already provide the options for the others. We have something already for now. But once that's finished, yeah, then we're gonna deploy it. What's up, Pete? PT? Can I call you Pita? Pity. Hello. Got faked on the first micro pullback on SPY, break even, and now it's going crazy, lol. It's fine. Okay, you got this. Oh, so 1-to-2 you stop it, so you shouldn't. So I shouldn't wait until protection. That's the thing. No, on that model that I use, no. Because taking the damn profit is always better. I know that some people say no, you should let it go. But on that specific model, I didn't test it to letting it go. I know for a fact that we reach protection line with high probability. But I don't need the whole move. I just need that 1-to-2. That's it. 1-to-2 and I'm happy. And I do that disciplined and correctly for like 3 weeks, 1 month. There's a payout. Definitely. And okay, not 100%, guys. Not financial advice. I'm all from my own experience, okay? Yeah, it works for me at least. I'm not gonna say it's gonna work for everybody else. Keep in mind, next, we had like, I don't know how many people, but they reran the backtesting that I did live on YouTube for that year. They ended up with an unprofitable model, but they used exactly the same that I did. Okay? Exactly the same. So it also comes down to discretion. You gotta read result versus effort, and also on that, because you want to know when you want to take the trigger. Mentor Q is so great, man. Bello Mentor Q. I have tested it. They have live now, right? Live data. What's up, Unk? What's up, Aden? How do I get that delta profile on deep shorts? Down here. DIY delta profile. Press it. There you have it. Always not financial advice. Yeah, of course. We gotta be careful with that. Some people can take stuff too literally. Like, I'm never gonna say like something is 100%. Like, oh yeah, you can achieve payouts 100%. No, that's not the case. I'm just saying. I'm just sharing what I use and what works for me. Is anyone else having problem logging into Lucid Trading? I did it today. I had no problems. When is TN option live data coming, by the way? This week, we still have contract with the other providers. So we're going to have it run this week. Next week, I'm going to push it out. We're going to push it out and have it working. If there's any issues, we're going to fix it, of course. But eventually, it's going to work perfectly. Of course. What did Mentor Q say for the day? I don't know. It changed in a snap, but it sucks when you took a trade from a gex level and it goes away. I don't exit the trade. We take stop loss right on the chest. Okay, nice. Wow, have you ever tried Flea, the traditional Albanian food? No, never. Flea, what's that? Is it meat? Okay, first 50 min has gone. We have IVB on the 50 min setting in. I like the momentum So this is the 50 min IVB. No, it's like pie, but different is pie. Okay. Is it like salty pie or sweet? I don't like salty pie. I'm gonna tell you guys, you know, when I was younger, and then when I heard like, oh, they created pie, I love like apple pie. Oof, that's like 10 out of 10. And then when you come home or whatever and you see that it's like food pie, oh my bro, that's my whole world went to shit. So I don't like salty pie, if that's what you mean. Sweet pie. Check it on Google. It's the best food ever. Albanian Flia. Whoa. This looks nice, man. Is it sweet though? Baking. Yeah, it has to be sweet then. With honey. Ooh, I love these type of food, man. You know, honey and bread can never go wrong. Have you guys seen that guy? You know the guy that does the adventures, like he's a camper and so on. He has glasses and he goes out with his son. He always eats, what's his name, man? He always eats honey and butter. Honey, butter, and bread. Like it's something simple as that can be so good. Oh my god, Sahir, you crazy. No, it's like with cream or something. Okay. Hey, oh, do you mean Sahir? Okay, you guys are crazy, man. Oh my god. I'm not gonna read this shit. But yeah, I can't recall what his name is. He's a camper. But are we still waiting for IVB to set in now? Outdoor Boys. Oh shit, he got 20 million followers. Now that's damn. Honey butter bread. Yeah. I have no idea what it is made of, but it's amazing. Outdoor. Yeah, Outdoor Boy. Yeah, the company. Yes, so yeah. Man, he's I don't know, bro. I can sit with like when I see him putting everything up, I'm like, damn, bro. He looks super nice. Shit, he got 20 million followers on YouTube. Oh shit. Okay, let's see. Okay, 11 minutes left. Wow, it really dried up as soon as we put up the 50 min IVB. Let me take up this one instead. Oi, let me see. Deep dome. Why can't I see the limit orders? Skiller, are you still here? If so, I know that you use Deep Dome, if I'm not mistaken. How do I see the limit orders? I don't see anything on the south side at the top. Literally nothing. I only see at the bottom for like buyers. And I haven't touched anything. This is like default settings. Low volume today as expected. Oh, there you are. There you are. News in 11. Oh. Skiller, low volume as expected. Bam. They entered. 409 contracts. Scheiße. Expected move is up to 29,524. ADR is 52 only as of now. Projection, 69% of reaching the first projection level on the 15-minute based on our data findings. Bro, drag your mouse. I did. I'm looking at the top. I don't see anything. Here, I'm gonna post in Discord. Ah, shit, I accidentally opened Streamlabs. This is the first seller I see. I'm break even now. They swept my break even. It went up without me. Oy, 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 oy. Happens. Check Discord. I'm gonna post it in general chat. There's no sellers, literally, and I went higher and higher, like, in price. I'm new to this stream. What are the indicators are you choosing? Welcome, by the way. What are the indicators you are using? Deep trades, big trades. So I want to see the immediate order flow print, the big fishes in a sense. The delta profile on the right side, and then IVB. How many fundeds you have? Oh, I don't know. 2 there. I got some at top step. I got 1 at top step. I'm pretty. You know what? I have a plan. I'm trying to gather them. I'm just gathering more and more. So one day I can do some copy trading. 1 contract, like 1 micro, 2 micro on like 10 funded. That would be lovely. I don't like, I know a lot of people like full porter evals. I don't know. It's everything that destroys the discipline. Sure, you shouldn't waste too much time on evals. I don't have that many funded. Maybe 7. Yeah. 6, 7. Oh, that's crazy. That was not on purpose. What's up, Riley? They gotta be rigged every time I enter and go break even. I get taken out and then goes to my TP. We had something like that yesterday. I entered, got an explosion, came down, stopped, break even. Entered, got an explosion, came down, break even. Missed the whole move, but it's fine. How can we put the delta profile on the right side? I published the settings in Discord. Go to delta profile settings. I did a post in my Discord. No, man, I do not full port EVAs, and I will take 10-15 days if I have to. I would rather do that than spend 1,000 on EVAs. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. If you are in a hurry to get funded, you're gonna bust account. That's for sure. No skiller was harmed. Try using 5 steps to reload it. Maybe that would work. On Deep Dome. Okay, let me see. Shared the Faber Vale. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, let me see. Whoa. What the hell is this, man? Why is it so much? Bro, Skiller, what is this? Can you take a screenshot and post it in Discord so I can see how it looks for you? I have 15 funded accounts. Damn, well done. 1.5k for challenge account for now. Nice, Anil. You open to copy trade now? I have been telling you since all roads leads to Rome. I'm looking. I'm gonna test it out. However, like one bad day on copy trading is not good. That's the thing. That's why I didn't trade it before. Like if I trade one account at a time, and if I have a bad day, it's not gonna affect my 10 other accounts. But yeah. But I'm gonna test it out. Yup. I hate those when they break even days. Sometimes every trailer. Yeah, I feel you. Happens a lot. That happens a lot. How many hours do you have set for the trades? 60. How do you read this delta profile? Can you explain? Quite simple. If you see the buyers here stepping in, pay attention to this. Okay, you see buyers stepping in, look at the delta. And if price goes lower, that means those buyers failed, right? This is just like, you can try a short, not gonna like something like this, always paired with some other stuff with context and location. I'm just showing you how the logic works. You can see where they are failing at the price axis. And you just take ideas based on that. Doesn't become more simpler than that. For example, look now. Look at the sellers at the bottom. You see how they pushed a lot, you can see. But price is going higher. If this was in a location where I would want to take a long, sure, I can take a trigger here, stop loss below, and go for longs, right? That's just the logic. But you always pair it with something else, with some context. But if you copy trade with low risk, it's not a bad day. I mean, one risk, one x 100. Yeah, for sure. That's the thing. But imagine if I have, guys, remember, that's the thing. You're gonna have some days that can be a little tilting. You are human after all, right? The most successful prop firm traders, they blow accounts like on a daily basis. So plan accordingly to that. You are gonna blow accounts, and let's try not to have it go over to a lot of other accounts. Let's be honest. It's gonna happen. You are not algorithms. You are not machines. You have feelings. You are humans. The thing is, Pav, as you scale to more accounts, you lower risk. Let's say you trade with $100 for one risk, you can risk only 5. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, Pav, why can't you? That's the thing. You can lower your risk, of course. Yeah, I get it. I get the idea with it. If it works for you guys, go ahead. Pav, why can't you just use the volume profile plus delta instead of and set it to extend a literature? I was waiting for somebody to say you can look at the left side, right? Yeah, but this is the thing. If I want, you see the delta, it helps me because I want to only pay attention to the, okay, for the left side, I look for context. It's the same shit, right? But I look for context. So I want to take a long in value low, okay? Once it reaches down there, okay, then I pay attention. It's better to pan your eyes to one area, which is here, and just pay attention. It's the same shit. But you can, of course, watch on the left side. But then you gotta watch like this. you gotta watch left and right like 50 times. It's much easier just to do like this. Just making it more simple for me in a sense. And what the hell is Fabio's stuff? Because I can't see shit on it. This is too much. on deep vision, this template, I can see quite a lot. I think it's yeah, I get you. And how you read VWAP on where to buy and sell. When we're above VWAP, I'm bullish. That's something we learned from Fabio. And how to sell and buy, when it comes down to it, it's an institutional reference point, right? So they like to reload. The algos and all of the institution likes to reload at VWAP. Can look for longs. That's how I will use it. When you buy EVAs, do you buy one by one or a few accounts to only one by one? Individual. Trade them individual. I take it slow. I'm not in a rush. That's how I do it, at least. I know that some people they have another approaches, but I don't do it like that. I think we're gonna take a break from charts to reset. Hope to see you next time. Wish you good. Okay, take care, Mac. Yes, I'll see you on the next one. Take a reset. That's really good. I'm also looking to, guys, take a small vacation in 2 weeks. Gotta reset everything. Reset the energy, the mind. London was also nice. How did you trade it? It was a lot of slow auction. Yeah, I did. I took longs in London session today, and I'm up 900 today. Yeah. Let's killer stream. Yeah, we're gonna get banned, bro. Both me, chart Fanatic, everything's gonna go to shit. It's gonna get banned. There won't be any more streaming, guys. Okay, we are consolidating. We're still within the first 30 minutes. We have IVB already set. We have the high, the low. We're building value. Let's look at CVD. Wow, what a dry up, huh? Did you trade whole session starting was very weird. In almost every London session, first 2 hours is so many fake outs. No, I took this long. I don't really trade London that much, but I saw something nice on this one. Oh my days, it's buggy. I think it was something like this. No, wait, it was not that candle. It was this gap. You see this gap, small gap, retest, and then we went little higher. I tried this one, stop loss below. Yeah. Up into this inefficiency we had. Yeah, you see all of this inefficiency? Yeah, it was just a small trade. And then I closed the stream, and then I came back and I saw this, but that's fine. Is it true that price action in summer is not normal as the rest of the year? Yeah. From January towards summer, we usually have good price action and good moves. However, because of Trump and all of the bullshit that we had with him, March was terrible, for example. But normally we have really good price action, and then after summer it picks up in August, in September, all of that towards December, and then in December it becomes like bad again. I could never own a prop firm because just one bad trader on a luck can never own a profit because just one bad trader on a lucky streak could bankrupt me. Yikes. Ah, you mean like reaching your daily drawdown? Because if prop firms are designed to lose, for traders to lose. Remember that, guys. They are designed like you are the expensive. If you take out a payout, that's their expense. April was nice. Don't talk about March, dude. Just don't. No, March was shit. I didn't trade March. I was trading on demo. After February, I was like, okay, I'm gonna need a small break. I'm gonna trade demo, and I said that to my stream and all of that. Holy shit, what a blessing. I did not trade that shit. No. Which dashboard are you using? Is this trade set? No, this is deep charts. This is deep charts. Apparently August is the third most volatile month of the year. August. Nothing like nothing, and I mean nothing worked in March. You could swing trade ping pong. Yeah, no, I know. Not Phidias though, they the goat. But right now I can't log into Deep on their account. Oh my god. Skiller, it went to shit. They are the goat. It went to shit. Oh shit, man. Not Phidias. March was, yeah, I agree. May was great though. A lot better than March. If we can't afford deep charts, what do you recommend for VWAP and order blocks? I mean order flow. Atas is cheaper and it's robust if you can't afford deep charts. Atas, you cannot do it on TradingView. I'm gonna be honest. It's they don't even have real volume. It's market profiles there for first of all. But VWAP, you have it everywhere. You have it like on pretty much every platform. You can try Quant. What's it called? Quant Order, something like that. The blue one. Okay, we have IVB activated. See what happens. See if they come down, retest, give me some absorption, or it's gonna just go. IVB activated. Where's the guy that would say I don't know. Not here. Skiller, teach me to trade properly. Skiller, IVB act, yeah. Quant Tower, yeah, thank you. Quant Tower. Can use that maybe. Ninja Trader is also good. It's becoming better. Man, I hate these slow grind days up. Yeah, this is we have days like this where it's like takes a lot of time. It chops up, flicks you out. By the way, Pav, food for thought, but you can also backtest it's Viva, but with time. TWAP. Volume, okay, and then you got time. Maybe I can take it up with my developers. That can be interesting to try out. I will be activate on Gex 8. That's nice. Yo, I can feel you guys' frustration. Like, what is this shit? We are on same pair like on Mars, but without stop loss. IVB activation on Gex 8. Damn. Wow. Looking at the retest, want to see behavior here. Look at the buyers that fail at the top. Oh my god. You know that it's really interesting. we sit through together so many shitty like sessions. We experience it together, and I love it. Think of it like this: the difference with market profile and volume is that the time is being used instead of volume. Same with T, and it's way to with time. That's actually really interesting, Alexio. Maybe we can test it out, because I know market profile. Yeah, it shows how much time a price spends in time on a level, but volume, it shows just how many transactions were occurred at that level. Okay, view up. Interesting. Yeah, we can test it out. Also on and use execution alpha. Okay. Bro, I pressed cancel and all and not flatten, and I lost $100, bro. Still made a 1 to 4. Nice, Nicro. Buyer stepped in. How much can I trust? You know something Patrick Neal talked about, and I've said this to my community before as well. You gotta feel the market, and I know that if you feel the market today, taking breakouts is like, ugh. But it's playing out now. You have absorption here. How much I would trust it? The volatility is quite dead. We're moving, but we're chopping our way up. See, we got a failed auction at the top. That's gonna be crazy. Look at the hesitation. You see what I mean? Disgusting. Gonna try a small scalp. Just based on this momentum, this volatility. If this fails, then damn. I really don't need this. The take profit. I'm just gonna trail it if it push. A breakthrough Gex 8. This is painful. Yeah. Oh my days, they failed at the top. Okay, we're covered below these big buyers and this absorption. Risking $19. Where on Discord is the delta profile? Go to the post. Okay, we failed at the breakout. Who would have guessed? Yikes. By the way, everyone, there's a live, it's a giveaway right now in Chart Fanatics Discord. Make sure to join. Right now, they have a giveaway. Go in and make sure you are part of the giveaway. Take it while you can. Okay, I'm looking for another maybe possible entry here. Because if they push above, these sellers gotta cover themselves, and this big seller as well. I'm gonna try a stab, doing some small scalping. But if it fails, yeah, I'm gonna wait for it to come down lower. Okay, I'm trying this again. Because we accepted above the sellers. Okay. Buyer stepping in, look at the delta. Ooh, there we have the buyer stepping in a lot. Nice. Sometimes it takes two attempts, 2-3 attempts. I usually only give it twice, like 2 chances. But when I'm doing this small scalping, you know, it's a really small size. Like, look at, I'm risking $19 again. It's not gonna do a lot. Then I can try more attempts. But if I risk like 200 normal, 2 attempts max. Riz wins all the giveaways. Wow, and we are failing again on the breakout. From the looks of it. Momentum is kicking in as well. We are getting like volatility. Let's see if they push it. Let me take off this one because I don't need it. And we failed again. Okay. I'm gonna close my deep dome, and I'm not gonna trade with that today. So I can take up my 5-minute chart. 2 attempts on the breakout did not succeed. We go for next one. Hope it failed because it's been a 1 to 7. Give 3 chances more, mostly in 3/3. So I'm doing okay. You give 3 chances. Yeah. Specifically, if you're trading Nasdaq, you gotta have a little. That's the thing. If you risk too much, you can't really do these attempts. If you trade, like if you risk like $200, $300 per trade, you don't really have a buffer. Like it's too much. That's why I like to do it like this. I try maybe 1 contract. If it looks good, then I can scale in potentially. But I always do 1 hit before. In worst case, I miss I get a small profit if it goes and I can scale in. In worst case, I lose $40. Guys, we lost 2 trades now and we are down $40. Sounds like heaven for me. I actually got some text about like why am I risking like so little? Because number 1 rule is protecting your capital, right? Bro, what the actual heck is this market? Yeah. If we had a more volatility, you know, on the breakout, when you have more volatility, we are going. You can sense it, like we're gonna go. Then I like to push a little on the pedal, but on days like this, nah. 1 micro. Okay, sellers trying to push price lower. Oh, wait, we got a low volume node here. Look at this. On the retest. Bye, Pav. Bye, guys. See you, Banga. Take care. I'm waiting for it to go to VWAP. Okay. $40, you really? I want to play the 50-min orb to post manager, but there was no reflection, so that was good enough for me. Okay. 2 low volume nodes, Bob. Are you looking at the one below it? Yeah, let's see. Okay, we tapped into the low volume node. Whoa, what a reaction. Holy. Look at that reaction, man. There's a retest. Feeling it. Oh, I see volume at the bottom. A lot of buyers on the 5-minute are buying here a lot. Okay, there is, they stepped in. I might try a stab, but I want to see sellers fail here. I want to see sellers on the delta stepping in and failing. We have some sellers at the bottom. It's a B shape right now on the volume. And I'm gonna do a little extended stop, maybe giving it some room. See if we feel and go to the high. Yeah, I got profits today. I can risk. So I'm gonna have a little extended stop. If it fails here, it can come down to value or low. If it fails here, then take me out for negative $150 and I am happy and done. All I could see just was that we have buyers at the bottom of a B shape. And if this flips, we can go long. So I'm going to scale in on this idea, giving it some more room. Seller stepping in. Well, I legit have no idea. What happened next? Did you try along on this, on the sellers here? Okay, we're B shape. Want to see us accept above? Sellers are stepping in so much at the top. That's not so good. But they're defending. They're really defending it. Let me swap over to this chart so I can show you guys, because I know a lot of people are like, what am I watching? Please explain. So, can we take this away for a second so we see just what I want to show you guys? So you see what I mean with, like, we have a B shape here. And this drawing tool is terrible as well. Yeah, B shape. You see the buyers at the bottom. You can see it, right? So if we're gonna hold it, because IVB is bullish, right? And if we trade above, I want it to like kill it, trade above the high volume node. I might be too early. The next 5-minute candle is gonna decide if it's a good trade or not. However, if we trade above it, we are supported by this high volume node and the buyers that we see. You see how they are buying it up every time we go down? And I know that B shape means like a bearish, but however, you gotta pay attention who in the B shape is building value. If you see that buyers are doing it at the bottom, so I'm defending by them. Okay, let's go back to 1 minute. Where's the B shape? There, did you see it? Let me go back to my trade. Doesn't look so hot because I don't see any sellers stepping in here at the bottom. I only saw those buyers. But yeah, we have an extended stop, so we can definitely let this play out a little. Was that the sellers? Look at the sellers. Let me see. Okay, now we have the next candle. This one might send it higher on the 5-minute. Let's pay attention because we're defended by high volume node right here now. So I would put my bets on this one going. Okay, but I see sellers stepping in at the top. We gotta push them through. Push it through. Let's see. We are building value at the top. P shape now. So a lot of volume at the top. There you go. There's the squeeze. Now, this is value area high. We can expect maybe to fail again and go down. So for that sake, I'm going break even here, and yeah, gonna leave it go. And I might actually want to add if it looks good at the top. I should have taken that long videos. Ah, unlucky. Damn, sellers are serious right now. I saw it. Hoping this is a break of stroke that in recovery. On your left earlier, you had 0 print of fair value. Bro, market became a weak print. If we take this high, I'm going to trail my stop loss to recover my 2 losses. And end the day on a break-even day. So we lost $40, right? See the buyer stepping in? Oh, look at the right side. Look at the buyers. Look at the buyers. I'm securing my 2 losses. Because if these buyers fail now, then we have a high probability going back to POC. Why lose all that money for nothing? my stop loss was a little too long, guys. By the way, don't mind that too much. It was not the best. That was just for demonstration. Okay, P shape at the top. Yeah, this might send it. I think this is gonna. Oh, they're like brewing it. It's like an explosion about to come. Hopefully it doesn't fail though, because if it fails, we go low. We gonna definitely go lower then. Okay, there's the squeeze. Push it. Bam. Clean. Yes, that's the buyer stepping in. Okay, let me give it some room. Trailing it. I think that's gonna be the trade for today, guys. I'm trailing it. Why? Because I see buyers here. If they fail and we go snap back, yeah, it's you guys understand. Okay, nice. Clean trade. Where the hell did I enter from? From this level. Okay, I might have just exaggerated a little with putting my stop loss down here, but I liked it. Nice. We are up now on the New York session. What is it? If it's squeezed, we go to my TP. Makes sense. Bro became a weak. Whoa, Pavlovich trades. We are best friends. Nice. Wow, Gexlev is so weird, bro. Swear. So my stop loss, I don't think I'll use only walls from now on. Most gamma hits on here. -1 bro. What? Bam. Nice. My risk is third. Only works if the volatility there's there. That's the catch. That's the thing. You need volatility. My models are also like based on volatility, and yeah, this was a little. It was an interesting trade, but I don't like the volatility still. Like, look at this. Look at the top, failing again. That's why I want to take the profits. I don't want to give it back. This is just because of this market condition. It's like failing a lot. I took that trade on those two sellers and I lost. Was that my mistake or not? Did you take this trade? Because I was about to ask you, say that in the chat. Like, guys, if anybody's gonna take this trade, this one, it's too early. In hindsight, it's super easy to say that. But do you know why is the reason? Because of this. And I didn't see it at first, but did you see the low volume node that we marked out? Where was it that we put it? It was here pretty much. We had a low volume node right below, and it makes sense if it goes down and fills it. And try and take a long from here. It's like you have something below that's want to get filled, most likely. I hope that clears why I didn't take it, but because it looked good on the absorption, but just because of the low volume node, no, I'm not taking it. This is some of the discretionary stuff. We were positive gamma, right? Didn't check options today. I have been trading without options for a while. I'm still building this thing, but I'm yeah. Wait a minute. So he can see by the buyers on the chart, no level 2. That's cool. Yep. Looking at where volume is building, looking who is stepping in and not. Pav, I'm going to copy you on ES. I swear. Okay. If I close trade my challenge, account will be successful. Okay, good luck. Taking IBV trade, please show the protection level. 29,686. Lost today, stopped and passed. Oh, you passed? Well done. Like in deep chart, hope they start to work with profits in the futures. Lost today, Pav. Every long I take it fell. It happens, Sleep Chip. It happens. We have days like this. Flicking out. Like look yesterday, man. That was a generational long, but we got stopped out for break even twice. Today I got stopped out twice. I lost 2 trades, and then I took 1 trade, recovered everything, and now I'm up. But still, the market has been working against us a little too much recently. What happened to your long? I thought you long just now. Yeah, I took the long from here. Whoops. Took the long from here. Killed it up here. Took my profits. Break even. And now I'm up 1 hour on the day. Because I risked only $20 today on this. Or on the New York session, I'm up 1 hour. I'm up 900 on London. But I don't count that. We pay attention only to New York now. Had my last drawdown on my accounts. Blue 3. Oh, GG's. Demo until New York. Yeah. Take it slow. It's not. Don't be in a rush. Take it slow. Why are you so uninterested in options, bro? I told, try it once and I'm hooked. No, I'm interested in options, but We're doing really good without it. However, I'm learning more using it, so I don't want to start spamming it. Please show protection level. 29,686. Brew my loose yesterday, bought a fresh evil today. I can trade like Fabio, not going to pretend. I can't trade like Fabio. I'm not going to pretend to. I simply understand Karma and Rosato better. Okay. If it works for you with Carmine, then go with it with that instead. In the end of the day, we are just analyzing volume. Who you learn from is, yeah. Everyone has different approaches. Fabio is more like is a scalper. Carmine is more like he waits for like one trade. I don't know. I haven't looked at how he trades, but I saw that he didn't take so much trades. That's it. Which can be good in a sense. Oh my god, this is an action-packed stream. What's the range of the Delta Pro on the right? 5 minutes. 5 latest minutes. You can finance your risk with option by selling to buy. That's cool. Value really low. We have volume here. We have some low volume nodes here. Are we gonna go? That's the question. See how it behaves. The 5 minute doesn't look attractive at all. It looks really bad. Volume is distributed a lot. I don't like it. I don't see a B shape. I don't see a P shape. I see nothing here. I'm gonna take this up for you guys so you see. The idea is really simple. You wait for the retest, which is what we did, right? To IVB, it was pretty much somewhere here. And then you can wait for what I wait for is volume building at the bottom on the 5 minute. I want to see a B shape. You see it clearly here. And you can see that the buyers stepped in. You can see that it's majority are buyers here. That's why I took a long here. And I put my stop loss like this, but I would kill it manually around here, to be honest, because if you trade below, yeah. And the reason why I had stop loss so low because it flicks out a lot. And yeah, take profit up here. There, we kill the trade up here. So when what I pay attention to are these B and P shapes. If you are long bullish, look at this B shape again. Something. This is a new model I'm building. You try along when we go above, and you're covered above the high volume node. And the yara, and you continue. And I don't look to enter on the real models unless we have something like that, a BOP shape. He trades from supply demand slightly high. Ah, you mean for Carmine? Yeah. Carmine Rosato. $75% ADR, by the way. We have some movement. We have some more to move. Ooh. This might be a little aggressive, but I can try it. Test. Long here. Stop loss below the test candle. There we go. I want to go break even really fast on this because this can flick out me. Oy, 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 oy. Yeah. Damn. That could have been. Was that a 1-to-1? In that case, I missed my stop loss to go to break even. Nah, it was barely a 1-to-1. Okay. That's unfortunate. Let's see if it goes though. If it goes, I can go break even once we take this high. Take this high and I can go break even. We have POC here. This is problem. And the sell delta level at the top is this one. That's gonna be an issue. Usually when it doesn't go fast, I get stopped out on this. Because I will want some momentum. Yeah, they're gonna cover themselves. And when this happens, they like slow down. It's from previous trades taking this, I tend to get stopped. But you never know, right? See if we take the high. And we're gonna take it. Okay, I can go break even on that now. Let me take commission 4.5. This is the problem area, like we said. Yeah, I want to be break even before when we touch that. Five-minute doesn't look hot at all. It looks really bad, actually. Okay, break even. Idea was super simple. P-shape, absorption at bottom, go long, stop loss below, 1-to-1, go break even. Yeah. Are you going to take a new trade with IVB if we have another retest? Let me plot out where is IVB again. Okay, I don't know. No, depends. Maybe because we are building a range. If you put this low back, like we're building volume. You see how the bars fail at the top? I don't know. Engaging here, the 5 minute doesn't even look nice as well. Sure, I can maybe try something, but I don't know. Not really at the moment. And I got only 10 minutes left of the stream, guys. So Pav, I like this background music, not gonna lie. Kind of refreshing knowing that I could have made bucks today. From my experience trading like this, when volume is low, it's like 50-50. It is quite, it's more risky. Why? Because we usually fail on the breakouts. Like, look at this. You never know where we can like snap back. So that's why I went break even here, because you never know like how fast we can snap back. Are we gonna do it now? because we are chopping. We're balanced in a breakout. It's like a really awkward position to be in. Are you going to, are you waiting for a pullback or something? No. I think that's it for me actually today. We end the day with 2 losses, 1 break even, and 1 win, which makes us end the day up. Because that win we took made us enough money to cover 2 losses and actually end the day on a +1 R for the next session. We got Mr. Sanj in 50 minutes. Stay here and join his stream. You can stay here. He's gonna join in soon. Mr. Sanj. Looks good on the 5-minute now. Can potentially try one last because I like how it behaves. 5-minute has a B shape, and if we trade above, but taking a long value area high is you know what, screw it. I'm gonna see through that. How did it go for you guys? Okay. 5 minutes. Why the hell is my stuff so damn laggy out of nowhere? Every time at this damn time, it starts to lag. Saw many opportunities, didn't take him. Okay. Were you a little hesitant today on the market? If you were, I totally understand you. I do. Look at this. Failing again. V-shape might be printing. Okay, maybe try one last scalp to take these highs. But I want to see us accept above. I'm paying attention to the B shape. One last scalp with 20 on the risk. $20 on the risk. I love the right volume and found very useful on trading for something similar. Nice. Nice. Yeah, due to the conditions. Makes sense. Makes sense. Wow, we are really failing at the top. The B shape. Oy. It's like in 1 second it looks bad. The next minute it looks a little better. It's like, okay. Should I trigger or not? Can I afford to lose it? Yes, I'm gonna end break even if I lose it. But it's building. Let's see. Okay. Next stream, I'm gonna fix so you guys can see my left chart as well, so you can see what I'm looking at regarding the volume building on the 5 minutes. They failed. They didn't manage to go above at all. $29,600. So there's a 70% chance that we pretty much go up here. Okay, we're building a B shape at the bottom. Okay, I'm holding my coffee up high, cheering Pauli for an action-packed stream. I'm exhausted. Nah, we are balanced. It's not going anywhere anytime soon as of now. Yeah. Okay, time for me to round off. Thank you everyone for joining. It was nice. Once again, super lovely to stream here. I will see you guys on next Thursday. No, this Thursday actually. And going on to next week, I think we're only gonna do Thursdays on Short Fanatics Live, for me at least. Today's trades, let me just recap really quickly. We attempted 2 breakout trades here. Both failed. Did not go. So we took 2 losses and then we took 1 long that recovered the losses and put us in positive. And then we took another break-even trade. That's it. But we're going to 1 to 2. That's it. So we ended the day up 1 hour. Nice. Lovely. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining, and I will see you guys next time. All right. Bye-bye, everyone. Ciao.
Yo. What is going on, everybody? Hope you guys are all doing well. Back with another session today. How is everybody today? If you're still here, still active, come and say hello in the chat. I am extremely sore today. I had a good session in the gym yesterday, and I can barely lift my arms up today. It's been a wild one. Sherry, Riz, what color is the sky? I have no idea what that means. What's up, Matt? What's up, Sherry? Sleeping Dolphin, great if we were on the right side of the market. It's nuts. What's up, Billy? Hope you guys are all good. Sleeping Dolphin, too many arm lifts. It was actually pull-ups. They've killed my lats, and literally can't lift them above my head today. It's insane. I punished myself even further by hitting the gym literally right before I jumped on stream. So I'm sure my legs will be gone tomorrow. I'll be crawling to my chair to come and stream for you guys here tomorrow. That'll be a fun time, no doubt. How's everybody's day been? Let me know in the chat whether you have taken any trades today. Let me know if you've been active, if you're scoping anything out, if you've got any requests to have a look at some charts. As always, we're going to be doing a recap as to how the day has been. We're going to be jumping through all the markets on our watch list and going through and seeing what potential opportunities may be laying ahead. I know we annotated a few things yesterday, analyzed a lot of things from scratch. We'll be having a look at how things panned out and what could be setting up for the rest of the week. Sherry says, did you watch Spider-Man? I actually haven't yet. I'll be honest, I'm a huge Marvel fan as well. I haven't seen it yet. I was in the US over the weekend and I was really tempted to watch it out there. But we didn't pre-book anything. And obviously opening weekend, the US, it was always going to be tricky. There were 0 seats available. So I'm going to have to watch it back in my hometown. I'm probably going to try and go this weekend. Probably be the easiest, but I do want to watch it. I've heard really good things. Yeah, I've heard it's dope. So I'm really looking forward to checking it out. Sleeping Dolphin still got a portion on SPOOs. Interesting. We'll take a look at that for sure. Billy says, I took a gold long, made some profit. Always good. As long as you followed your plan, profits are always a good thing. Billy, you are just gold is just your market, right? I'm guessing gold is the only thing you trade, and nothing wrong with that. We actually had, for those of you that follow the Prop Firm Trader podcast, we've got an episode, I believe, dropping very soon with a female trader. I'm not going to give too much away, but with a female trader, and she trades exclusively gold, and she cleans up. So one to watch out for. I think might be coming on Monday. Don't hold me to it, but I think on the cards for potentially Monday. Sherry says, I'm Spider-Man too. Fair. You convinced me I'm going to watch it. I mean, Marvel films never miss, in my opinion. They're always a good time. Matt says, I'm long NQ from Thursday. Cheeky 20,000 pips in profit for a 1 to 11. Damn. Matt, I think we need to get you on stream here, my friend. That sounds like a fire trade. We'll definitely have a look at NASDAQ, see how things are going. It's been on a real ripper the last couple of days. Zog says, I'm too a gold guy. Yeah, there's a lot of people that love gold. You know what the thing is? I kind of get it, because I know there are people that trade it during the typical London, New York sessions, but I also know people that exclusively trade it over Asia. And they say that the volatility is great. I've never tried short-term trading gold. To be honest, I've never even swing traded gold. I do want to start dabbling in it. That and an equity, probably NQ, something like that. I believe one pair is easy to master than many others, but obviously everyone has different preferences. Fair. It's a fair point. You know, so the only reason that I chose to diversify is I found that when market conditions sucked, I found myself like trying to create opportunities in markets when there was nothing to do. And I guess that's all relative, obviously, depending on time frame. I think the shorter the time frame, the chances are market conditions are likely to change in a quicker way. But at least for how I trade, and you see it in the way I analyze the markets, you know, when things go sideways, I just have nothing to do in those markets specifically. So changing it up, having a variety of things on my basket is always good. Sherry says, last time I watched Spider-Man, I was playing games on my phone in the cinema. Sorry, I'm not into Sherry, you know what? I thought we were going to be friends. I can't believe you're not into Marvel. Honestly, I think it's one of the greatest, like, productions that have ever graced the cinema. Some of the Avengers films, just like insane. But yeah, Sherry, I think I don't think we can be friends anymore, I'm afraid. Right, let's pull up the charts and we will have a look at what the markets are doing, see what's on the cards for us, and again we'll have a flick through everything to see where things are at relative to what we spoke about yesterday, see if some positions made money, lost money, and then we'll have a look and scout out for some short-term opportunities, see if there is anything potentially on the cards. We'll have a look at gold. We'll have a look at NASDAQ. I know a couple of you guys mentioned that. What else got mentioned? I think it was mainly just those two. Do you remember my bottom tick in Aussie Canadian took TP nice 1 to 12? Damn. Aussie Canadian. We'll definitely throw that up very shortly as well. Yeah, Sherry and Matt, I mean, you got some killer risk to rewards there. I think, like I said, we're going to have to get you on as a guest at some point in time. Show us the source. Right, let us have a quick look. Let's see where things are at. Aussie, there's nothing really for me that is jumping out like as a standout opportunity. Gun to my head, I think I like the idea of a potential upside break in Aussie rather than anything, but we're just in a little bit of a tricky spot. You know, you look at this down on a 1 hour, we've got the daily range and the weekly range kind of overlapping in this area. And what I would love to see is some kind of support get created and that provide the kind of platform to go long. But I don't know. I don't really have a play as we stand. It's very much just sidelines, wait and see. There's nothing clear to me, or at least anything that screams out from a daily, even an intraday perspective. There's just nothing that I personally like the looks of. Sherry says, I'm peanuts, bro. Hey, 1 to 12. I mean, you got something going on there. And you said you bottom ticked it as well. I mean, I think you need to stop being so selfish with the sauce that you're clearly packing. My win rate sits at around 30%. I don't think most can cope with that. You know what, Matt? I completely agree with you. I always say that, like, my biggest edge is my ability to be consistent with my win rate. And I think that's a part that not many people consider. There was a guy that I used to speak to in a community I worked with, and he used to get these crazy, like, risk to reward trades. But he openly spoke about, like, his win rate was somewhere between like 10 to 15%. And it was a profitable strategy, right? Being profitable it's just a game of math when it comes to that sort of thing. You need a balance between win rate and risk to reward. And what he said was the majority of people that attempted to trade like him would always fail because they couldn't cope with being wrong, you know, potentially 8-9 times out of 10. I use that loosely, you know, an 80% win rate, a 10% strike rate is not always going to play out as frequently, you know, as, you know, you're going to lose 8-9 times out of 10, but you guys get what I'm saying. That's tough. Does he trade often? He's a scalper. He trades every day. I think mainly equities, I think a little bit of gold, but he doesn't, he gets like multiple trades a day, they just don't hit a lot. It's just one of those things. But he's found his groove. I don't think I would be super comfortable if my profitable strategy had a 10% win rate. 30, 40%, I can find some comfort in that. But, you know, it is what it is. Sherry says, I go play FIFA or watch Netflix in the earlier days of handling red days. You know what? I actually don't think that's the worst way to go about things, if I'm completely honest. Like, I think a lot of people feel like, you know, playing games or watching Netflix is unproductive. And by all means, I definitely think there are more productive things that you could do with your time. But if it stops you from doing something stupid in the markets, it's a win, right? I consider that a positive outcome by all means. So, you know, take from that what you will. Matt says, not too bad. If he was a swing trader, he would have months of emptiness. 100%. And I think that, you know, it starts an interesting conversation, because I think a lot of, I'll put this down on the board here, right? Just for a second. A lot of what people don't consider when it comes to like finding your edge in the markets is, I have this philosophy that it's all about choosing your pain, right? I think a lot of people think, oh, you know, if I'm a scalper, then I'll have multiple opportunities in a day and it will be the best thing for me. Or if I'm a swing trader, I'm not going to get caught up in the intraday noise. I've got more time between my decisions. It'll be great. I always tell people, regardless of how you trade, there is pain associated with that, right? So for example, like if you are a scalper, maybe you're going to get caught up in noise. It's harder to walk away because there are so much, you know, more opportunities and things happening. Whereas if you're a swing trader, you've got the game of being patient between entries. Sometimes you might go for periods of time where there is nothing to do. I've had, like, I'm not opposed to taking and trading multiple markets at a time. As a swing trader, I had a period where I had one swing trade on for, I think it went on for like 4 or 5 weeks, and it panned out to nothing. The market went nowhere. I made no money on the position. And in between that time, there was no other good opportunities. That's like sometimes, at least for the way I approach things, sometimes what the game can be like. And so, you know, there is pain to accept however you decide to trade. And so I think the philosophy that I always tell people is like, when you're thinking about what type of approach that you want to have when it comes to trading, is you want to think about not necessarily like the highs, but you want to ask yourself like, what lows do I accept? What pain am I willing to endure? Because I think most people gravitate towards a market because they think about the upside. They look at a specific strategy and they say, yeah, you know, this can get me 1 to 10 risk to reward. And with that, I can flip my account quicker. But they don't consider the inverse, which is there is a certain level of pain attached to that approach. And if you don't consider what that comes with, you're going to lose in the long run. And so I always think that like successful trading is far more about managing the lows and then letting the highs take care of themselves. And there are some people that struggle with the highs. I get that. I take that on board. But I think choosing your pain is a very, very powerful concept, one to kind of think about. Sleeping Dolphin says he might look at losses differently. So if he's risking 1/10 of a position, it might feel like one trade. Yeah, for sure. And you know, this is what makes up part of your edge in the market, right? Your risk profile, how you go about entering and exit markets, like all of these things, they make up your approach overall. This is, and I think this is a lot of why like I can be super comfortable with like I would say like a subpar win rate. Subpar meaning less than 50%, right? I average around 35%, but most of my losses, they don't happen on a full position size. And that's something that I'm always very cognizant of. Like a lot of my losses, they are wrong very early on, and I scale into my positions with generally over 4 separate positions. So if I'm wrong early on, I'm in a light position size, and therefore when I lose, I'm losing relatively small comparatively to the size of my winning trades. So, you know, that mindset around dealing with losses and how you go about execution is a big part of this game as well. Matt says, and you accrued a ton of swap fees, I'm sure, brother. I honestly, that position was the biggest ball ache. I actually took it. I'll actually show you the trade. It was in euro. Actually, probably easier to show you from a daily chart. I think I actually spoke about this maybe sometime last week. I talked about I was actually building a long position the moment we started dipping into this area. And again, it was all based off of like stuff that we talk about here. It's based off of, you know, coming into a monthly range end low and looking for a rotation after sweeping some lows back up to the upside. I came out of this trade genuinely with scratch. And a lot of that wasn't because I necessarily got out with a loss. A lot of it was the swap fees that I accrued along the way, which was a real killer on my position. We just did not have the market break out, and then I got tapped out on this low on my trailing stop. And then we ripped, and the game is the game. What can you do about it, man? I think the pros have all that cooked into the overall risk. One key takeaway I took from Dr. Andrew is that there is always regret. You just need to choose which outcome you'll regret at least 100%. I 100% agree with that. I think that's true of every area of life. You know, I have this really like stupid philosophy, and my fiance, if she was here, she would be so sick of hearing me say this, because I promise you, I say this multiple times a week. And excuse the language, but my philosophy is you have to choose your shit. Genuinely, you have to choose your shit. It does not matter what you go through in life. There is always a downside. There is always like a negative to what you are experiencing. And there is no sunshine and rainbows that exists with anything. You just have to decide which level of pain you are willing to put up with. That is it. That's all we got. And the whole reason we came up with this philosophy was largely because, give me a second. Sorry, super dehydrated. The main reason I came up with this philosophy was when we were moving country. We decided to move out of the UK towards the start of 2025. And we went in with this philosophy to say that, you know what, it doesn't matter where we live, there are going to be downsides to everything. You just have to decide what downsides you are willing to accept. And we go from there. So, you know, like I said, take from that what you will. Right, let's continue flicking through some of the markets. Like I said, see where things are at. Yesterday, we spoke about a potential trade in euro. Now, we kind of mapped this one out relatively live. I think this is one that definitely ticked the criteria of what I would look for as a shorter term position, but evidently went on and did nothing yesterday. Now, depending on what your rules are, depending on how you choose to engage the markets, maybe this is going to be something which you close and then you re-engage with the next day if you're choosing to be that relatively, you know, intraday trader. But otherwise, this is maybe something that you could swing through into the week. We're going to keep the context of these streams, let's say, relatively short-term based. We'll keep this on just as a point of reference. But I would argue we've got two overlapping levels here, right? Just to remind you guys, we drew up. We've got a daily range in here, and we also have a weekly range. So two zones which we can be looking for in terms of reactions in the market. The play would be relatively simple. We're looking for a rotation from the top of the range down to the lower end of the range until we see either one of these break. And then we can use these as levels to retest for a continuation on potentially higher or lower, obviously depending on which way the market wants to go. Now, when you look at what euro did yesterday, I believe from memory, we talked about the idea that if I was currently in this trade with the reaction that we have had, I would have at least been trailing my stops up until this point. And if I was swinging this position, I probably won't have moved it from this point in here. So after this stab up, I wouldn't have been tagged out as of yet. I'd be looking for some fresh lows to be created. I'd be looking for a lower high to be created before I can kind of bring and trail that stop down, which we haven't really had as of yet. Had we had some, you know, fresh movement and momentum below here, maybe that's something that we could look at, but we haven't. You could look at today as, again, another potential area to be getting involved in this market. So if you looked at this from a 5-minute perspective, you could look at the retest that we have had in here, and we would want to see a clean structural break to the downside. In my eyes, that would be, this was our last point of consolidation before a leg up. This is an aggressive entry, keep in mind. This would be our relevant point of interest in here. It would look something like this. Intraday, if I can spell, intraday shorts below here. The moment you get that structural close below the lows, you could argue that it was potentially this candle here. You could argue it was potentially this candle here. Again, let's give ourselves the worst case scenario. Let's say we entered here, we had to sit through a little bit of drawdown. Aggressive stop would be above the high, and then we look for a rotation to play down to the low end of the range, right? That would be the very aggressive entry. The more conservative one would be taking the break of this area in here. Let's add on to this to say aggressive. Intraday shorts below here. And then in here, you would have conservative. Am I spelling correctly? Of course not. Intraday shorts below here. So if you were aggressive, you'd maybe have a fill already and riding those shorts. If you were conservative, this for me is a little bit of a cleaner break to the downside, and you would be looking at, you know, joining the short plays when we get a little bit lower down. Again, always mindful just because of the times of these sessions of time of day and how long you're choosing to hold these. But again, if you're willing to swing, there's maybe a little bit of wiggle room in here that you could be playing with. From a little bit of a higher time frame, if you really wanted to be conservative here, I would look at if I was looking for a relatively highly probable swing play, I would look at this as kind of a rotation swing shorts below here. Again, you're not going to get the best risk to reward if the criteria of having a fixed risk to reward, you know, 1 to 2s, 1 to 3s, something like that. If that kind of ticks the boxes for you, then maybe this is one that you'll pass up on. Maybe this is one that will fit your criteria, but it would look something like this. You would want to see an hourly close fresh below here, stop back above the high, and you get a very simple 1-to-1 that you could play for from a relatively higher time frame that you could look at. But I'll keep all these noted on. We'll see how the market pans out. And again, we'll check in on these maybe going into tomorrow to see how the levels play out. And again, the idea I want to reiterate here, these are not signals or trade advice by any means. These are simply areas that I would look to conduct business. If they fit, if you go away and you test these levels, these kind of pivot points, these reaction zones, rotationary areas, I have 100 different names to call these. If they work for you, by all means, these are, valid areas that I think, at least for me, makes sense to be doing some type of business. So we'll keep these on. We'll see how the market potentially moves here. From a daily perspective, I could see it. I would want to see how this daily candle closes. But yeah, there's definitely, from an intraday perspective, I do definitely like the rejection off of an area of interest and opening up some potential room here to the downside. One other potential play, and again, just throwing ideas out here so you guys can start thinking about and formulating these plans and management routines for yourself. One thing you could look to do here is you could look to scale into the position based on the amount of confirmation that you've had. So I've mentioned here would be an aggressive entry. You could enter here potentially half size, right? And you could have your stop above those highs. If you take the loss, you've only lost 0.5 of your normal position size. You'd be 0.5 R. If you get down the break below here, you could add the other 0.5R, and therefore you now have a full position size with an average entry somewhere in the middle, stops above the high. And then if you get the big rollover and you get the big structural swing area that gets broken down, you can then maybe trail your stops and continue to size up into that trade, so that what starts off as a 1-to-1R, because of the way that you've managed risk, can actually be, a typical 1R trade could actually net you a little bit more, and nothing changes here apart from how you manage risk. That's a big part of my edge in the market. Like the way I take a lot of positions, it is generally done like this. It's why I scale in over time. I have 2 entries that I'm willing to take that are somewhat aggressive. I have 2 entries that I take that are somewhat conservative. That goes in to build me an average entry price over time. And then I look to ride a move. So some of my trades, they only look like, if you drop the general risk to reward tool, 1-to-1, 1-to-1.5, maybe 1-to-2, 1-to-3 if I get something good. But if they work out in my favor and I've managed to stack into those positions quite heavily over time, then, a normal 1-to-2 could actually be a 1-to-3, a 1-to-4, depending on how you've managed risk. So I don't look at risk to reward as this static, like I'm risking 100 to make 200. I look at it as something that's a little bit dynamic. And so the criteria that I focus a lot more on is my average winner versus my average loser, right? And I frame risk to reward off of those things, not necessarily like a static way of looking at it. Sleeping Dolphin says like a moving average of risk. It basically exactly that, right? So my risk to reward will always look somewhat different, but the metric that I use and I track inside my journal is average winner versus average loser. And the difference between that actually formulates my risk to reward. So it's not necessarily what you see on the charts. So like, for example, let me show you a trade that I actually have on at the moment. Let me get up to the time frame that I am on. So this is a trade that I actually have on as we speak, right? So I mentioned, and again, it's a swing play. So I take it with a pinch of salt. It's not the bread and butter of what I would look at here, on the live streams, because I'm trying to find things that are a little bit more intraday. But from a daily perspective, and I'll be completely real with you guys, I did not like this trade. Everything in my gut told me that I was on the wrong side of this market, but it ticked the boxes and therefore I have to execute, right? So this trade will net me a 1.85R if you look at blindly the risk to reward tool. Now, I want to emphasize that what you are seeing here is an average of actually 2 positions. And if I take you down to a lower time frame and I show you this on an hourly chart, my first entry was blind in this area in here. My second entry was on a retracement back up to retest these old highs in here. And for me, these are my aggressive entries, right? So I've got about or at least I had around 1% total risk in this trade as we currently stood. Once we started to break out and move higher and test this more conservative entry zone, I trailed my stops up to below this low, which now gives me 0.5% risk on my trade idea. If we can start getting a firm break, which I will be watching whilst we're on the stream, but if we can start getting a firm break above this area, this is going to give me a lot more confidence that my idea is correct. And I want to start getting more aggressive with my position sizing. So the way in which I look at this is like the market is essentially communicating to me that my idea is correct. When the market is telling me my idea is right, I want to be getting more aggressive. I want to be adding and scaling into positions because the market is telling me that it's going in the direction that I intended, and it's more likely that my idea is valid, right? The way in which I saw this is, let's say hypothetically, right? If you had to risk 20% of your account on a single trade, right? Would you rather do it on a trade that looked like, let me get my risk to reward tool. Would you rather do it on a trade that looked like this, where you have like a 1-to-8 and you're risking 20% of your account? Or would you rather do it on a trade that looked something like this, right? I'm using the exact same stop and the exact same target. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I thought the stream was broken. It's just me. Right. So what I was saying is, if you're looking at this this potential play here, right, and you had to risk 20% of your account on a single trade, right? I'm not advocating that that's the way things should be done. I'm simply using this to demonstrate an example. Would you rather risk it on this sort of trade here or this type of trade here? Which one of these positions is more likely to hit target? Would you argue that it's this one here or this one here? I would argue that in this example, the market has already started communicating that it is going towards the intended target. Therefore, if you were going to risk 20% of your account, hypothetically, not trade advice, if you're going to risk 20% of your account on a single position, you're better off doing it on this trade because the likelihood of this winning is far more likely than the likelihood of this, right? And this is where you get down to the correlation between win rate and risk to reward. Generally speaking, the higher the risk to reward that you're aiming for, the lower the win rate. And the higher the win rate, the lower the risk to reward that you're going to experience. So my philosophy is that as the market moves into my favor and the market is proving me correct, the likelihood of it hitting my target becomes more and more likely. And therefore, when the market is communicating that to me, I want to start getting more aggressive and adding into my position because the market is simply telling me that I'm right. Now, is this the holy grail that everyone is looking for? Absolutely not. You're still always playing a game of probabilities. And I talked about, I think it was either early this week or late last week, I talked about a position that I took on Aussie, right? And the play that I was looking at here was I started to build a short position in here. The market started to break down. As we broke down past these lows in here, I started getting very, very aggressively short. I started adding on retracements. I added on this FOMC run up in here. As we broke back down, I added on this retest in here, right? That is this bit of price action in here because we were retesting these old lows. And I really sized up in this position. Ultimately, the market had different ideas, completely rallied up, took my stop out from over here, and I lost 1.7% of my account. My maximum exposure that I'm willing to risk on an individual trade is up to 2%. So still within the parameters of what I'm willing to risk. But by this point here, the market is starting to communicate that we're far more likely to go down here than we are to return to these highs. Did it work on this occasion? It's a prime example of sticking to my rules, doing all the right things, but the market just didn't agree with me on that day. And on this occasion, I lost 1.7% of my account, but my upside on this trade, because of how I had trailed my stops and managed risk, was north of, I think, 3.5%. So the trade, when I put it on, only had, I believe it was like a 1-to-1 risk to reward. But you look at the difference if it had gone on to take profit, and I'm getting a 1-to-2, slightly more, depending on how things will go. And that's my potential upside, right? So like I said, it's just a different mindset in terms of thinking about how you want to go about managing risk over time. There's no right or wrong way. It is simply about doing what makes most sense for your psychology and what really gives you that edge in the market. Okay. Anyway, sorry, broke out into a little bit of a rant there. We were talking about what we were looking at here in euro dollar. So we've given some aggressive potential entries, some conservative, and then some swing play shorts to start getting into the market and potentially building a position to the downside. But theoretically, again, depending on how you would hypothetically manage this, if you were swinging this position short, you would potentially still be in the trade from yesterday. And if this does roll over and start testing these lows, I would argue you could probably trail your stops to above that high and see where you go going forward. Sleeping Dolphin says, oh no, that stuff was cool. I appreciate that. As long as it's, like I said, giving you guys a little bit of value, giving you guys something to think about how you can start approaching things differently from your end. That's exactly what these streams are all about. Right, let's continue having a little bit of a flick through. We spoke about GJ yesterday, and as you can see, we mapped out a potential area where we would consider to start taking longs. We have had no trigger as we currently stand. You can see that we do have this lower end monthly range that we're looking at, and in my eyes, the highest probable play here would be to see a rotation back above that monthly range and above this short-term area of structure. Once we have that, then we can start looking for the rotations to potentially get long. But, and I want to add a big but, right? If anybody is trading anything Japanese yen related, play with a little bit of caution would be my biggest point of advice. Play with a little bit of caution, primarily because of the intervention that is currently happening between the Bank of Japan and the US. They're trying to regulate, bring some stability, bring it down to a level which they like a little bit more. We're talking about the Japanese yen here. The risk of intervention, in my opinion, again, not a strong fundamental analyst by any means, but the risk of intervention, I don't think is over. I do think we may see something again. So take this with a pinch of salt. It is simply just a perspective on potentially the patterns that have played out over time. You could also just as equally be building a short position or a short potential idea off of the reaction of this area. And again, depending on your risk profile, maybe that's something that suits you better. But as we currently stand, haven't had any trigger to get us into anything in pound yen as we currently stand. Okay, let's have a look at cable. GU, I think I mentioned yesterday there was nothing really of interest here for me. I think we could have maybe got into a potential short around there, but there's nothing that screams out at me. Again, we're not really in an area of interest. When that happens, you can see I just don't really have a play, and you can see that in the the markets that we've been talking about. Aussie, I've been talking about potentially scoping out some plays now that we're in this area. Euro having a nice reaction off of the areas that we've been watching and drawing up. GJ, nothing, therefore no play. Cable, equally nothing, therefore no play for today. We'll have a flick through, and then if we'll drop down to maybe a 4-hour chart and see if we could get something a little bit more intraday, a little bit more scalp-like that we could potentially look at whilst on the stream. But for now, we will stick to focusing on the recap of where the markets have come from since we last spoke yesterday. And again, just to reiterate for anyone that has maybe just tuned in, if you guys do have any requests of markets that you want to go through, I still have to cover gold. I'm going to cover NASDAQ. I'm going to cover Aussie Canadian. If there are any other markets that you would like me to go through, give my input analysis, long, short, do nothing. I think I stole that from Artan. Artan loves to talk about a little bit of do I want to buy, do I want to sell, or do I want to do nothing? It's a great philosophy to have. But yeah, if you have market recommendations that you would like me to pull up, please let me know. Like I said, I will be going through. Or if you guys have any questions, if you're struggling with anything performance related, I'm more than happy to give you guys some insights on the call in itself. So please drop anything in the chat. I will be keeping an eye on it throughout the course of today, and we will see what it brings. Dollar Canadian is looking interesting. I mentioned that I'm already long in my my personal account. And I started building that long position from here. You can see yesterday when we mapped this out, we talked about the swing longs from here. Again, this is the more conservative entry, depending on how you want to play things. I will most definitely be watching this. I'm actually going to set an alert. I know I'm on stream, and I don't want to get caught up and miss a potential ad in this. So give me a second. Set a timer to go off in 20 minutes. So you may see me add to this live into this swing play whilst we are on stream, and then we will watch either the profit or the losses together. But end of the hour, I will be making a decision and seeing how things play out with this. So far, I definitely do like the reaction. I just want to see the strong close outside of this point of outside of this point of interest, and we will go from there. Janice, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Janice says Bitcoin, perfect. I will add Bitcoin on my list. I will cover this very, very shortly. I'll start getting onto these. We'll cover the FX pairs to begin with, and then we will start getting into some of the commodities. We'll get into Bitcoin, and we will go from there. Lastly, I think there's going to be very little to say in dollar yen here. We talked about very similar play here to GJ. We talked about the potential for getting long. You know what? I would argue that we did have an entry. If you're looking at taking this very, very blind here off of that candle close in there, I would argue that there would be an entry. For me, the most prominent swing would be this one in here. I would argue, based on what we discussed yesterday, we have a fill in dollar yen. So we'll watch this for better, for worse. What I would ideally want to see is either we've got this area, which is the structural area, which we want to take the long above, or we want to see, and I believe this is I think it's a monthly zone that we have drawn up. Let me zoom out, see what I've labeled it here. Yes, monthly's range end low in here. We want to see this potentially hold, which you can see like we're kind of getting a little bit of a reaction from. Whether it's enough to actually take this up, whether we're going to see this structural area now become a point of resistance and we roll back over in here. If we start trading back below this range end low, I would start losing a little bit of faith in the position. I'm not saying I would cut the position short, but if we start tearing down from here, that may be grounds to start cutting the position early. Otherwise, we do have an active play in here. It's a swing play. And again, keep in mind what I said about the yen pairs. There's going to be some scope of risk here from intervention. So depending on your risk profile, depending on how you want to play things, may depend on whether you would actually even consider a trade like this. But if we're talking black and white, things that tick the boxes from a purely technical perspective, this would most definitely do that. It's not one I've personally taken. Again, I'm being very cautious when it comes to those yen pairs. I primarily like a CFD trader as well. So the potential for slippage is very, very large, and something that you want to keep in mind. Right, let's break into some of the juicy stuff. So let's start with gold. If Billy is still in the chat, then we're about to cover his most favorite. Yeah, I mean, it's just not a lot in here for me. I would love to give you some expert analysis in this. At least from a daily perspective, there's nothing in here for me. If we were to look at things from a weekly perspective, a 4-hour perspective, maybe we could get something a little intraday in here. Again, let me hide this lower end. I'm going to keep this hidden for the remainder of our streams until the market does something different, primarily because there is no swing opportunity in here for me. I mentioned, I believe yesterday, these were my kind of targets. This is what I think the market is going to go for. But when that happens, I do not know. The range that I would be looking for, and again, I'm going to take this from a short-term perspective, very, very short-term perspective. I would be looking at something that looks like this. I think, Billy, if I recall earlier, you mentioned, I believe you went long and took some profits going long. This would be the range that I am currently focused on. Is there a wick in that? There is a wick in that. So this for me would be my dominant 4-hour candle. And again, I would want to watch the reaction of the ranges in here. Now, based on the daily chart, what are we looking at? Nothing really of interest, if I'm completely honest. If we were to take this down to a lower time frame, it's just not my favorite market. And again, this is obviously going to be relative depending on how you trade. But for my specific approach, there's just not a lot that really screams out to me as a potential like trading opportunity that I want to look for. What I would really love to see here, and again, I know this is going to fall kind of off stream, is how this next 4-hour candle would potentially close. If we close as a kind of an inside bar here, then I think, you know, taking the shorts from the upper end of the range, rotating back down to the lower end, definitely more feasible. Right now, I just think we're being a little too aggressive with wanting to look at a range play. If anything, I would prefer to see this rotate and continue on to the upside, just to continue on with the momentum. Billy says, you're not making it spicy. I mean, you're asking me to force a trade here. Look, if gun to my head, if I had to take a position in this, what I would be looking at would be, I'll show you what my potential setup would look like here. It could be just starting, but it's too early for swing traders. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to try and give you an intraday perspective on what I would look for. If I was trading this intraday, this is potentially what I would want to see. Let me have a look at the average daily range. We do have scope to a potential upside in here. This indicator, by the way, is just marking out the average daily range over the last 20 days. So if you were to map this out, for example, it'll probably work out really nicely as we currently stand, purely because of the tight range that we have been in. If I looked at this over the last 20 days, you start getting a scope of how well this can work for potential target points, right? So every single one of these delineations here is a new day. So you look at average daily range. If you kept your targets within the range, you would have done well, right? If you're looking for expansive move outside of these targets, not going to happen. Or sorry, not going to happen, less likely to happen, which is probably the better way to put it, right? So if you look at just the last 20 days, and again, it's a very small sample size, but look at just the last 20 days, and then you can extrapolate this out on your own. How many of these 20 days actually stayed and closed within the average daily range? You've got one day, you've got yes. Yes. I would argue this one closed outside. So we've got 3 potential yeses at the moment. 4 in here actually gave you a pit perfect entry. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I would say maybe we just closed outside, but for the sake of argument, I will say no, I'm not going to include that day. 11, 12, 13. We closed back inside. I'm not going to include it just for argument's sake. 14, 15, 16, and today is 2BC, right? So of the last 20 days, the yes-no filter sounds so cool. Of the last 20 days, 16 of those 20, and that's including the current day, which we don't know how it's going to pan out yet, but 16 of those days stayed within the boundaries of the average daily range, which tells me if you're going to intraday trade this, if you're going to look for targets, not shooting for the upper end of this range or this range in here just seems sensible, right? You can see the average daily range has a very loose overlap with these old highs in here, which I'm sure would create some type of reaction in the market. So if I was going to take anything, it would be with a view to trading the market up until at the very most that daily high in there. Now that we have a target that's been framed, the question is, can we find a risk-defined entry to potentially get us on board with where we want to go to, right? We drop down to a 5-minute chart. We look at the 4-hour range. I think I've lost my risk to reward tool. Give me 1 second. You look at this from a 5-minute perspective. And again, what I would want to see is a break outside of this range. Stops would be up below the lows. So I would be looking at something like that. And again, this is going to change as price continues to evolve and if and when we actually get a breakout to that upside. But I will map this out in here. This would be personally what I would be waiting for if I had to find a trade in this. So intraday longs above here. This would be my target zone. And then the stop loss placement will depend on structure. Like if we came in and created a swing low here, and then we created that leg out higher, that's something that I would definitely be paying attention to. So stop loss to be determined. Right now, risk to reward isn't super favorable. So you take what you would from there, right? That would be my play, I'm afraid, Billy. I don't know if that's spicy enough for you, but that would be something what I would be potentially looking for here on gold. Otherwise, like I said, in all honesty, there is just not a lot that really screams out to me here to say I need to get involved and actually do something in this market. Right. Let's have a look. Okay, next market that we're going to check out. We've done gold. Let's have a look at NASDAQ. Right, we'll pull this up on the higher time frames first and foremost. I mean, this thing is flying. I mean, I can't remember what day we mapped out this area for a swing long above, but Jesus, this one is absolutely moving today. Yeah, I mean, what a trade. Really, really moving in the right direction. Really actually don't have a lot of room left to the upside before hitting our potential target. And again, the rationale behind this, we've been talking about this since last week, which is, I think I mentioned it from this day in here. When we came in and we tagged specifically that monthly low, I was looking at and observing the weakness in here initially. We came in and tagged that monthly low. I was looking for a reversal play. That one would have spooked me. That one, however, gets me right back on board. And you look at the potential area where we were looking for the longs to actually get triggered in. Absolutely perfect. Very little drawdown that you would have had in this trade. And it would have worked out really, really nicely. Is there anything short term that I would have liked in this? I mean, there's not a huge amount in here. 7. If we were to draw up and just see if it would have given us a potential trigger in here. Let me hide this just for 1 second to clean this up. If we had drawn up a range end high, again, we're looking to trade with the momentum. So very similar to what we did on gold here, mapping out the upper end of the 4-hour range. From a 5-minute chart, does it give us anything to play from? And you see we get again, aggressive, but once you get the breakout, you even get the retest, you get the confirmation candle in there. Very, very nice area to be getting long. It would look either, I would argue, something like this, stops below. That would be the most aggressive form. And again, target average daily, exceeded average daily range. I think that would honestly put me off. But if you were looking for the expansive move to the upside, either there or I think an entry there gets you in alignment with a continuation move to the upside. Again, wouldn't specifically be something that I would look to trade, especially since we are past ADR on the day. What would be interesting actually is to see, and again, we'll just cover the last 20 odd days or so, to see how often NQ respects its average daily range. And again, small sample size, but again, focus on the nuances of like how well this simple statistic can help to improve your trading, right? So 20 days starting back here. So we had, yes, that's 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, 8 days, 9, 10, 11, I would not mark this one just to be picky. We did get a little bit of a breach. So we'll say, I think I was on 11, 12, 13. I won't include that again, just to be picky. 13, I'm not going to include that day. Not going to include this day. 14, 15, and this one has exceeded. So again, 15 out of 20 days, if you were to keep your targets for an intraday trade to the average daily range over the last 20 days, it would do well at getting you in and out of the market, at least within the right parameters. Does it mean price can't exceed? Of course not, right? You look at what price is doing just today by itself. And we are extending ourselves out of that. But I just typically don't like to give chase to these days. And again, this is all relative depending on the time frame that you're trading. I just don't like to give chase to these if there is no more scope to do this. So I observe these from a weekly, a monthly, and a daily perspective. Interestingly enough, you can see we are currently tagging our average weekly range as we speak. It'll be interesting to see what NQ does here for the rest of the week, whether we continue to create that expansion to the upside. And again, we'll have a look at the last 20 weeks, right? The average weekly range across the last 20 weeks to see how well it actually stuck to this over time. And again, count it up with me. You can see like how good or bad it respects these, and then decide whether it's a statistic that you actually want to play from as part of how you trade. So first week, excuse me. First week, I would say no. We had that breach and deviation and we closed outside of it. Second week, I would also argue no. Week 3, I would argue also no. Week 4, no. Week 5, yes. So 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Actually, not this one. 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Not that one. 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks. I'm not going to include it just for argument's sake. 11 weeks, 12. I would say we stuck to it here. We had the mean reversion after we had the expansion. 12 out of 20 potential weeks. And again, very mindful. It's a small sample size. What does that give us as a percentage? 60% of the time. 60% of the time, at least over the last 20 weeks. And again, it's a small sample size. I would encourage doing this over much, much larger. But 60% of the time, NQ sticks within its average weekly range. Is this going to be one of those weeks it exceeds? Is it going to be one of those weeks we mean revert here and we trail back within the range to end the week? Who knows? Again, it will be interesting to see how this plays out. But I will keep my eyes on this. I'm actually going to leave a note on here so I remember to check the average weekly range. Met its average weekly range. And I'll keep these noted up on here so that we can reference this to see what it does in this area, right? So yeah, that's NQ. Let's have a look. 5-minute traders are happy if they caught the dip. The yes, no filter sounds good. Billy, I like the way how you explained it. I appreciate that. Like I said, I just like to try and keep things as easy and simple as possible. This is why I try and keep things very objective. I try and keep things very rule-based. I'm hoping you guys can see the more and more I flick through these charts at this time of day, recapping what has happened. It's all the same. The analysis is all the same. The entries are all taken the exact same way. And that's something that we, want to be mindful of here in terms of consistency. Right. Next up on our list, we've done NQ. Aussie Canadian. Let's have a look. Aussie Canadian. Whew. Ripper. Getting our first breach of this daily range in a few days here. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I think it was it Sherry that said they caught like a 1 to 12 or something in this? I think it was this one. I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, moving quite nicely, but really approaching a very interesting area up in here now. This monthly range is definitely going to be one to watch out for. That would be, oh, guys, you hearing this? That is my cue to check dollar Canadian, right? Give me 1 second. We'll come back to Aussie Canadian in just a sec. Let's see where this is closing up. Yeah, I'm going to be adding to this. Give me 1 second. I just need to size this up. Why is my stop showing as here? My stop is not here. It's at 88. Target is also not for 155. Give me a sec, guys. I just want to get this executed. For 150. That's my actual trade. So I need a 81 pip stop. I already hear you guys screaming and shouting, 81 pip stop. This guy's insane. Right. Let me just get this measured up. Dollar Canadian. Okay. Trade. Stop loss at 39.88. Target 41.50. Buy. There we go. Executed at market. Let's see what she does here. So there we go. That is, why has my average position? Give me 1 second, guys. I want to get this fully updated for where we are at now. So fourth, 7. Price, my fill was 1.4073.2. Quantity. Save. Okay, so my average position is 40.36.9. Okay, that's what my trade is actually looking like. I'm going to 40.36.9. Stop. Why does it keep adjusting? 39.88. And 41.50. Okay, that is what my trade is currently looking like. Again, keep in mind, this is a swing play, but this is now a culmination of 3 entries over time. I'm willing to continue to add to this. I want to see how this closes from a daily perspective. If we start to close above this daily range in here, I don't think I have this mapped out on a lower time frame, but if we close, you can see that this is the range we're playing within from a daily perspective. We get a close outside of this range. I'm going to be trailing my stops up probably a little bit further and getting another add added onto this. And again, that will be if there is room to scale this up. So you can see, like, when I first put this trade on, give me 1 second. I'll do this from a daily perspective. It'll be a little bit cleaner. When I first put this trade on, I was looking at 40.12. Stop loss was here. Entry was here. So I was initially looking at a 2.2R, and I'm currently at a 2.3R, but I'm in a much larger position size, right? So yes, I could have blindly taken this with one single position and made 2.2R, but because of the way that I've been able to trim my stops, because of the way that I've been sizing up in my positions, even with my now worse entry price because of my average entry, if this was to go on and to hit my target, I'd be making a better risk to reward on a larger position size based on my first trade, right? That's a lot of my edge in the market. It's nothing to do with this super crazy technical ability to call price or analyze the market in some specific way. It is purely to do with the idea of just managing risk effectively. That is it. It's all based around this idea. So yeah, like I said, not financial advice. I'm just sharing the perspective of the trade that I am currently in. And yeah, you see me add to this live now. We will see what fate has in store for me going forward. I just realized why my risk to reward was completely screwed up, because this is not the chart that I was looking at. This is my CF live one. I need to update my actual chart, which is here. That's annoying. So entry was 40.36.9. Take profit was that 39.88. There we go. At least we have this matching now. So we'll see what happens here. And we will go from here. Again, the conservative entry would now be met on this swing trade, right? If you were taking the uber conservative entry, I would argue that you could do something from a relatively shorter term perspective that looks something a little bit like this. Again, I play mine a little bit more conservative for my swing play. From an intraday perspective, if you're going to take the swing like this, you could definitely look at something like that, still give you a 2R to the highs, and would be perfectly valid in alignment with my plan. So yeah, interesting one. We now get to watch and determine my fate together. And if this ends up spanking me whilst off stream, please shed a tear, pour one out for my failed trade. I'll come back on the next day and we can cry together. This is like mentoring for free. Look, we're here to share as much source and value with you guys as possible. So I mean, if you feel like you're getting mentored here for free, I love that. You know, it's exactly what we want to help you guys to work towards, just to better develop your edge in the market. Right. Sorry. We were looking at Aussie Canadian. Let's have a look. So we had this daily range drawn up in here. We were potentially looking at reactions from either end of the zone. If hypothetically, and again, if hypothetically your bias was to go long, do you get an entry in this area from an intraday perspective? Depends on what you're looking for. If I was personally looking at this, I don't know. I would argue that my probable entry would have been clearer here. 7:20 this morning. That probably would have been the tick box for my potential entry. And again, this is intraday. It would have kind of got a little bit hairy, to be honest. I would have looked at something like that. I think I would have taken an L in this if my bias was long. And then I don't know if I would have had enough in here to warrant, again, unless you were going to get aggressive with the first breakout of this. Wouldn't necessarily be my style. I would love to see this retested. Exactly like what we had here, right? Movement into the range, retesting as support, first break up to the outside. And that would be the thing that kind of carries us long. So this would be, yes, obviously sucks, but that would be a valid loss for my strategy. And you know what? I wasn't intending on making this a teaching point, but I think being able to do this is so important for your strategy, right? And what I'm referring to here is being able to identify valid losses. If you're someone that goes through back testing and you can't, you're working to try and fix every loss so that everything works out perfect, all the trades pan out as expected, you're not creating a realistic environment for what real trading is going to be like. And so what I always recommend to most people is, like, you have to consider what is a valid loss for your system. You have to be able to look at what is a setup that I should be in that just did not pan out. And that's what you have to focus on and keep in the forefront of your mind. Because if you can't do that, you're always going to struggle with losses when they inevitably happen in real time. And that's, I think, where a lot of people generally tend to go wrong. They struggle with this idea of accepting that losses are very much a part of the game. And I think when you really get comfortable with your approach, you should be able to look at a specific trade and say, you know what, it ticked all the boxes for me. I should have, or I did get into this trade and I got stopped out, and there is nothing that I would do differently, right? Absolutely nothing that I would do differently. That for me becomes like, shows you have a lot of conviction in knowing exactly what you're looking for over time. And I think it's something that, again, I just think a lot of people tend to lack in this game. Everyone's looking to like fix losses instead of just manage them. When you put yourself in the mindset of understanding that losses are part of the game, it's inevitable that you're going to experience them regardless of how you trade. Then you can focus back on the idea of just managing positions rather than, actually trying to resist them. And that makes the whole process much easier in the long run. So I don't think I would have had a trade here in dollar Canadian. I'm glad to hear that you guys have done well in this. But yeah, I think a real interesting point that we want to be watching here is going to be this monthly area up in here. I'm going to add, it's not a market that I would typically trade, but I'm going to add Aussie Canadian onto our watch list in here. Simply because it's created this very nice sort of ping pong environment. I know some of you guys are ultimately trading it as well. We do have a very interesting area coming up in price that I think will make for a pretty nice reaction. So those of you looking to maybe swing trade this, maybe a good opportunity coming up at some point in time, definitely something that I would be looking out for in terms of looking at what ticks the boxes for me. But yeah, we'll keep eyes on this and we'll see where we go. So that is Aussie Canadian done. Last one that I had as a recommendation, and by the way, as a reminder for anyone that may be just tuning in, if you guys have markets that you would like me to look at, if you want me to analyze, if you want to see what or how I perceive the charts, please drop them in the comments. If you guys have questions, if you have challenges, if you're struggling with anything, please throw your questions out as well. Off stream, I work as a performance coach as well as a trader, and I'm more than happy to try and give you guys some insights, some perspectives to help you to overcome your battles in the market. So throw them out in the chat. I will be keeping an eye out. I will aim to cover everything before I hop off stream. We've got about 45, 50 odd minutes left of your session here with me today. So we will see where we go. Right. What are we covering next? Bitcoin, BTC. Right. Let's have a look. So I've specifically chosen a broker, which is going to throw this up with a relatively blank chart. Okay. I want to do a little bit of top-down analysis on this first, and then give you my view as to what I think might happen. I actually think I might have covered this on a previous session. Let me have a look through. I think I spoke about this here. I want to share my my perspective on this. I'm going to use this chart for just a sec. I'm gonna remove all this off and give you guys a completely fresh perspective to help you to understand why I have the bias that I do. I'll take this down from a swing perspective right down to an intraday, and we will go from there, right? So, Bitcoin. The one thing I want to draw your guys' attention to, and I'm going to say this mindfully, knowing that this is going to be an area that I think not many people. Sorry, give me one sec. Let me add crypto to this, and then I want to put in BTC. Cool. Just so we can keep tabs on this as we go. So the one thing I want to draw your guys' attention to, I'm going to take you to a time frame that I know most people are really not going to care about, but it provides the basis for my bias in this, which would is going to give you a little bit of perspective as we go through the space of the following few weeks and months, right? So I'm drawing up two ranges here, and these are formulated from a yearly chart, right? A yearly chart. Now, again, think about the idea of what we do here. We look from range rotations from one side to the other. Last year, 2025, you can see that the yearly candle remained inside the range of the previous year, right? We attempted this breakout to the upside. We failed. Once we reclaimed this yearly range, it's now back down into the range. And I suspect that what we are going to see is a rotation from one end of the range to the opposing end of the range. So my swing target for Bitcoin is somewhere between 40 to 45,000, right? If I take you down to a daily chart and I just refine these levels, I've got a whole bunch of crap drawn up on here. Let me clean this up for a second. So we are looking at this range from 2024, which would be this high in here. And we would be looking at this low in here. I would take this up until the area of demand, which would look like this. This would be the range that I am working within for Bitcoin, right? Now, again, we would have had this range drawn up from the end of 2024. And just note the rotations that happen off the level, right? You can see a great swing entry coming from here. You can see that we had a very small reaction in here, taking you somewhere to the upside. I would class that as a potential failed trade. In here as well, you could argue got some momentum to the downside, but came back up, potential failed trade. The next trigger would have been this one in here, giving you potential room to the downside. I would argue maybe break even, maybe trailed out in profit. I don't know. Next rotation in here, giving you move to the upside, profitable trade. Next rotation in here, potentially profitable move. Missed it here, caught something in here, caught that swing up. And then to the downside, I would say this is potentially a failed one. To the downside, that was the last point before a big leg to the downside, right? So really nice area for a rotation. And again, ultimately, when we have the failed breakout, when we rotate and we use this area as a pivot, we are looking for the opposing end of the range for a potential target. So as a swing target, this is ultimately what I am looking for, right? And I'm going to note this on the chart. We can follow this back over the coming weeks and months together. Swing target between, we'll just put 45K, right? That is what we will leave here. That will be our swing target for Bitcoin. Now, if we go to a monthly chart and we start to observe some of the more recent ranges that we are playing within, you could see that the most relevant range that we are working with is here, right? This is June's candle, which created this breakdown. You've got range end high, range end low. I'm just going to have these mapped out. And I will just take a second to refine these. So this would be our monthly range. This would be, that's the 1st of July. I would look at something like this as our lower end monthly range. So this is the range that we're currently working within from a monthly perspective. Weekly perspective, again, bear with me. I know we are very much doing this live. Weekly perspective, I would argue very similar range to the month, right? It would be this candle here, this range high, this range low, and that would form our weekly area. So I would think keeping this clean enough just with the monthly and weeklies on here, I think should be sufficient. Does this present us with a possible trade at the moment? From a swing perspective, not right now. From an intraday perspective, right, if we were to get a little bit more granular, we'll have a look at what is the dominant range-bound candle from a daily perspective. We had this one to the upside, broken here, remained in range in here, broken, still part of this range. This is our first dominant candle outside. This would be the daily range that I am working within. This is the one that stands out to me as something to be paying attention to, okay? So daily range. I'm gonna drop down and just refine those daily ranges on the hourly chart. So it would look something like this and something like this. These would be the ranges that we would play within, right? So we've mapped out our yearly, monthly. We didn't do weekly because they overlap with the monthly. And we're now looking at some short-term intraday range play here on Bitcoin. Now, I would argue, and again, we'll bar replay this out to see how this panned out over time. This range was firmly established once we had this daily candle close in here, right? We had this failure to break out of the lows, creating this kind of range bound environment. And the short-term play that you could look for would be a rotation from the lower end of the range up to the top end of the range as we go from there, right? What does this look like from an intraday perspective? Let's drop down to an hourly chart. And we're going to ignore this day because that was the one that initially created the range. And we're going to see if we had an opportunity to take a trade. We get the initial test in here. I'll look back at this to see if we had any plays, maybe taken some losses. This was a relatively deeper test. We go down to a 5-minute chart. Do we have an entry long? So I would argue that in this move in here, the point of interest would have been here, right? This is the last swing point that led to the move down. We get no break of that, therefore no entry long as we stand. If we were going to get long here, right, we're watching this rejection. The area that I would be interested in would look like this. Let me just make sure I'm drawing this up correctly. I would want it to be something that looks a little bit like this. And we will say short-term longs or intraday longs here, above here, right? This becomes our reference point. We'll play this out bar by bar. We'll see what the market presents. And we get a fill in here, right? This would be our entry candle here. We're looking at long above here, stops below the low, and we're looking for a rotation back to the top end daily range, right? So at the moment, we're getting a 4.59R potential on this trade. And again, this is just roughly mapped out. We'll jump back to an hourly and see what this is looking like, how this started to play out, because I know we are bar replaying this. 5-minute perspective, let's see where we would have trailed our stops. So there's no real swing low in here for us to trail through. I would argue that the first moment this happens would be trailing below here. Once we start getting a break above this area, again, we start getting that the price action really showing a nice pivot from the area that we had drawn out. And I don't know where price, I can't remember where current price was. Okay, that's current price. So this would be a potential play that we could still, again, if you're swinging this, this could be a potential play that we would still be currently in. And so far we would be up 3R, just over 3R on this trade, with another 1.5R left in the tank to see if it can give us a fill to get long. But actually, really, really nice play. Really nice play. So For those of you, I think it was Yanis, I believe, asking for some Bitcoin analysis. There we have it. There would have been a play that ticked all the criteria that we were looking for to get us in alignment with this potential move. I will see if I can have a look at anything a little bit more shorter term for those of you wanting to intraday trade this. We are looking like this is the bearish. This would be our candle of reference in here. And again, we would want to see some rotations out of this to create the move to the upside. So this would be the range that I'm looking at. And again, shorter term, I would want to see the break out from here to get us on board with some long. So so move up, maybe a consolidation, maybe a retest of this area, then a clean break to the upside gets us long. And then we get our move to take us to the potential upside. That's what I would be looking at for here on Bitcoin. But the honest truth is, like I said, my day-to-day, I'm naturally more of a swing trader than anything else. I don't have any skin in the game when it comes to Bitcoin, just being completely transparent. But I still like this to the downside. I still think we need a little bit more pain in this market. And that I think only once I get to that point, once people start calling Bitcoin a scam again, only then would I consider buying. I think, anything that I do relatively longer term, it comes from a big sentiment perspective. And I think that's something that we want to be considering here. So yeah, I just think the current narrative of price, you look back, bear in mind, this is a daily chart, right? There is a lot of momentum to the downside. I think even if we do retrace in here, I would very much be watching the top end of this monthly range again for an opportunity to see this rotate back to the downside and possibly beyond. We'll see where we go. But yeah, that is Bitcoin as we currently stand. No problem at all, Yanis. Hoping that was helpful for you. Right. Okay, guys, give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to step away very briefly. I need to refill my water, and I will be back with you guys very, very shortly. Give me 1 minute. I'll be back with you. Yo, sorry guys, I am back. Right, we're gonna have a flick through of seeing what we can spot for some potential short-term setups. We're gonna go across the board. We're gonna drop this down to a 4-hour chart, see if there is anything that I'm really liking the looks of. Again, be mindful of time of day. Be mindful, especially if you're trading accounts that don't allow you to carry trades over. Please keep these in mind. Otherwise, for the last 30 minutes or so, we're going to see what potential opportunities are on the cards for us and if there is anything that we could be taking today. NQ is absolutely flying today. I don't know if any of you guys are watching this, trading this, but this thing is moving, boy. Where are we at? Yeah, crazy moves, man. And again, if you guys do have any suggestions, if you want me to look at specific markets, if you have questions that you would like to throw my way, please feel free to throw them in the chat. Open to having a look at anything that is relatively on the cards for you guys specifically. I don't know why my risk to reward tool has become, oh no, wait, this is the other chart. That's cool. So dollar Canadian punching fresh hourly highs. The ads that we had on, or that we added in here, so far looking good. Got half an hour left of this candle. Could end in a big fat rejection. I have no idea yet. But we will we'll wait and see. We'll see how this one pans out. But so far, so good. Let's have a look. What is, just drop down to a 4-hour. Let's see if there's anything interesting going on. So we got Aussie in an area of interest, Euro. Let's have a look at how Euro is doing here. Interesting. We actually had quite a nice punch up. We can drop this down on a 5-minute here. I mean, we'd still very much be in this trade. It really just depends, like I said, how you guys would choose to manage stops. If you decided that once we start getting fresh lows in here, you bring your stops above this high, probably would have got tapped out. If you're keeping stops up at entry, this is still very much a valid short. And yeah, definitely one that's still on the cards for us at the moment. Let's have a look. Euro, we've got 26 minutes to the 4-hour close. I mean, if we close anything like we are looking right now, I still favor shorts. I still favor a move back to the downside and probably retesting this kind of daily range low, which you can see from a daily perspective, exactly why we have that up in there. But yeah, I think definitely Euro shorts still on the cards for us. GJ, GU, dollar Canadian, dollar yen. See how dollar yen is playing out so far. We are definitely getting some rejection from this lower months range, right? Again, I'm not saying this is going to be the absolute, I'm not saying this is going to be the absolute pivot point and we're going to go from here. It's why I have breathing room with my stop loss. But the fact that we're getting a nice reaction from the zone is a good sign, right? That's ideally what I want to see. I had cable, right? Let me take you through a quick example of what I was watching in this for a second. From a weekly perspective, this is just looking messy, right? And the reason that I say this is prior to this weekly range here that we've been following, we had, could you please check out gold? Maybe I missed your analysis. I will come back to gold. I'll give you a recap. I did cover it, but I'll give you a recap of what we spoke about with this. Just on cable, right? So the weekly range that we were playing within was largely this one here, right? So you can see that largely we have been capped inside of this area of price for some time until we started to tap the upper end. And then last week we had this close to the outside. But it's messy, right? The reactions are starting to get messy, sloppy. It's working its way through the range. Now, when you start to compare that to, you know, other markets that are actually playing a little bit nicer for these ranges, this is why and again, it's a personal thing, but it's why I like to keep a variety of different markets on the watch list to give us some perspective of what to trade. Because you look at now, like how Euro has been respecting and playing off of its relative weekly ranges, right? So you've got the range that was created initially in this area. You've got rejections up here, rejections in here, rejections today. There's just so much, like the price action is so much nicer here compared to, you know, some of the other US dollar respective pairs. So, you know, something to keep in mind and, you know, play out from there. Let's flick back to gold. Let's have a look at what this was doing. We've had a request to please check gold. So again, I'll give you a very brief recap of what we were talking about here. I don't really, from a higher time frame perspective, I don't really have a play or a bias or a view on what I think gold is trying to do. Gun to my head, I feel like momentum is very much to the downside. I think from a swing perspective, these targets, these price levels look interesting, which is kind of why I've got them noted. I will put on here swing price target. I'll add these as comments to kind of both of these levels so that we right. So we got the swing price targets down in here. The problem is I just don't have an entry from a swing perspective that is anything that I really like. But what I did say from a lower time frame perspective, I think we were spicing things up for Billy, who wanted something a little bit more intraday. I mentioned we had this kind of 4-hour level, this 4-hour range, which we have mapped on this candle here. So we've got the range highs and the range lows. And I mentioned that if I really wanted to take a trade in this, what I would ideally be looking for is, this is the range high, this is the range low. I would want to see a rotation from this particular area in and of itself. If we look at this from a 5-minute chart, at least as we stand, and again, bear in mind, like I said, I would want to follow momentum to the upside. I don't have anything in here that's going to get me long, but what I would want to see is price start to find support in this area, and then we start creating the rotation long. Right now, I'm still seeing prices hitting resistance and more coming off to the downside. I want to see price testing the low end of this and start seeing price action just like we're seeing here, right? If I zoom in on this for a second, look at the nuance of the candles. Just look at what the candles are communicating, right? We've got wicks, rejection in here. We then have this large bullish test up and met with immediate rejection. We then come off, we come back up, we create some more wicks. This for me is also, like, relatively speaking, it looks more like resistance rather than support. And if I'm wanting to see a breakout of this area, ideally what I would want to see is support being formed in here and then seeing that as a rotation to continue on upwards. And if that should happen, we may get some, you know, once we get acceptance above price in here, let's say hypothetically price, it bottoms out in this area and we start mapping upwards towards here. Entry would be on the first candle that closes outside of the zone. As we currently stand, we could get very aggressive and say stops below here, right? That would be the most aggressive entry that we could take. But I just, like I said, for me personally, gold doesn't look super appealing, but primarily for how I trade. It's not you know, it's not saying that there's no play in this, but for how I analyze the market, there's very little that's kind of going on here. And I think that kind of needs to be factored in. One more question on Oanda and forex.com. Their 4-hour charts are different and it confuses me how to correctly do multi-time frame analysis. What is your suggestion? So what you're seeing here is difference in the broker time, right? So for example, you can see gold here, FXCM, the 4-hour chart looks like this. We have this bullish engulfing candle here that you could reference. If I pull this up on, let's have a look at Oanda, you can see Oanda looks relatively different, right? The best advice that I could give you on this, and again, it's not an issue per se with the market. It's more so just a reflection of the difference in broker times, and that's creating the difference in the 4-hour closes. If you're gonna backtest all on the same broker and then use that broker for your analysis going forward. It's not that there is one that is superior to the other. I generally prefer to use Oanda, but it's only because I'm a little bit of a creature of habit. That's all it is. I have very much been in a place before where I used to use Oanda as my personal broker many years ago. They were the first broker I ever opened a personal account with, and they became kind of my go-to feed in order to place trades. So I personally use Oanda just for the perspective of what we're doing here in terms of the chart fanatic stuff. I don't use the Oanda one just because it will conflict with any other drawings or analysis that I have drawn up on here. So pick one of them. It doesn't matter which one. Do your back testing. As long as your data suggests that you have an edge, stick with that when you do your analysis going live. I don't see one better and one worse. I think it depends on what you're looking for. But it does obviously create a nuance in what you're looking for in terms of price, right? You can see here, we had this as a bullish engulfing, but when you look at this on Oanda's feed, I believe, you had it as a little bit of a rejection, right? So if you're making decisions based on a 4-hour time frame, it's definitely something that you want to consider. Again, very good question. And it's honestly why I actually got this little bit of advice from a trader I used to work with many years ago. And he spoke about the idea of actually putting most emphasis on an hourly chart, because he said, regardless of what broker you use for your analysis, the hourly chart is going to look relatively the same across all brokers. In that, it doesn't have a different closing time, right? Which is what you're seeing in terms of the difference here from gold, right? Oanda versus FXCM. You can see the clear difference here in how we are playing out. So yeah, keep that in mind. Hope that helps. One market I do want to look at, which we actually have not touched here so far, is silver. Silver is currently up almost 3% on the day, 2.7%. Looking very interesting. Again, not a market that's been doing a lot. Generally relatively correlated with gold. You can see this, like if you were to throw these on top of each other. Where is my FXCM? Right, you can see that these relatively move quite similarly, right? You can see the peak in here, the peak in here, the low in here, the low in here, the big run up in here. You got them overlapping on both. The drop down, you got the high in here, the high in here. So the relative swing highs and swing lows, you tend to see these correlated across the two. You had a little bit of a crack. Some people would think of these as a divergence in price between here and here. So you could see we had the higher high here in silver, the lower high here in gold. You had the sell-offs, and we're still getting that. No, we're not. We're kind of aligned, I think, with where we are now, as you can see in price. But yeah, these are obviously relatively correlated, but we're having a much larger move here in silver today, respectively, than we are in gold. From a percentage perspective, right? 2.8% in silver, 0.84% in gold on the day. But price action, very similar here. Very much stuck within a little bit of a choppy, slow range as we currently stand. It doesn't give me a conviction that I'm going to have really anything to do here. I'm going to map this out in either case, just so we can keep an eye on things. I'm going to start off with a monthly range play. Monthly range, because this has most definitely given us a reaction in price. You can see already so far. We'll map it out and see what that potentially looks like. And again, it would be a swing play that we're looking at here. I would actually want that down to here, and the lower end monthly range in here. Does that look right? June, yes. Okay, so this is our range that we are currently working within. Now, the first thing that I would say, very similar to what gold has been doing, I don't necessarily like the amount of time that we have spent inside of this range. And I'm specifically looking at like this area of price in here. The fact that we've just consolidated in this area is not super favorable for me. But if you were to look at this, and again, we're thinking of this from a swing perspective, we're looking at a rotation from the monthly low end to the monthly high end range, and see what it presents for us. If we drop down a time frame, I need to put the visibility of this back on my charts. 1 second. Okay. So from a 1 hour perspective, really nice sweep of these lows in here. We've got a really nice area of demand, like sitting in a little pocket in here. See, the most obvious rotation, and again, I'll give you the conservative outlook of what I would be looking for here. But the most obvious area that I would be wanting to watch would be this point in here. Right, if we map this out as we say swing, sorry, 1 second, swing longs above here. And again, we're doing this on an hourly chart. This is the last structural standpoint before we created this last low. We start getting above this area, swing longs start to make a little bit more sense. We have that hourly candle closure in here. We could, again, the conservative stop would be down below here. Aggressive would be really below this last low before testing this area. Depends on where you'd want to put it. For the sake of me being me, I will play with the conservative stop. And the targets that we would be looking at would be up in here. Really nice 1 to 7R. Again, I don't know if you would walk away with that. But relatively speaking, you'd probably want to trail stops. You maybe want to take partial profits at certain points in time. That's something that you kind of want to think about. But we would be in hypothetically from, when was this? Early overnight. This would be an Asia fill if you were up and awake and trading silver at this time. Definitely opportunities to hop on board. We had the retest, we had the extensions off of that. So definitely opportunities to present that or get in alignment with this move. Like I said, just depends on your risk appetite. And again, nothing has changed, right? Think about everything that we have done across every market. We're looking at the exact same zones that we're drawing out. We're looking at them as reaction points. We're looking at breaks in structure, and then just keeping a very conservative way of getting into the market, clean break outside of that, stops below the last prominent swing, and then playing on to the upside. And I mean, if you really wanted to get aggressive with this was already great risk to reward, right? 1 to 7. If you got super aggressive with this, I mean, brother, 1 to 22. I mean, this is just so far outside of the scope of how I would trade. Again, not advocating for these things, but purely from an analysis perspective, that's what I would potentially be looking at to see what actually sets up and presents for us here. So we'll keep this on the cards. We'll see what silver wants to do, how much we could potentially get out of this. And again, there's no guarantee I'm actually going to make a profit even now. I'm not actually trading this, but hypothetically, if we were looking at this, there's no guarantees we'd make anything as we speak, but definitely, again, tick the boxes of the criteria that I would look for to get a move off the back of this. I think I have covered everything. There's a couple of equity markets I haven't had a look at just yet. but I will. I'll have a flick through these before we go. I'm going to have a quick scan of the market, see how things are settling down before we wind down the stream. So Aussie Canadian still pressing up at the highs. Aussie very much still pressing inside of this zone. Euro, how are we looking from a lower time frame? Keep moving these, just need to lock them in place. Yeah, I mean, still be in this trade. If you took the trade potentially off of today's signal, you'd be sitting in maybe a very slight profit depending on when you decided you actually got into this. Let's have a look. What else do we have? GJ, still nothing. Cable, still really nothing. Dollar Canadian, like I said, from an intraday, from what we've been looking at on these lives, we do have a potential setup that has triggered for us. I am also in a swing long that I have kind of showcased in here. 40.36, I think, is my average entry. And looking to target basically somewhere above these highs. If we get above this and we start failing, I'll be out. I'll be done. But ideally, I would love to see a test of that upper end weekly range and see where we go from there. Dollar yen. Let's have a look. Still waiting for this one to play out and see what happens from here. ES just absolutely ripping. I mean, the swing long plays that we mapped out, I mean, really gave us a move. Again, one weekly range to the next weekly range. Beautiful rotation here. Really completed in the S&P. Really, really nice play. DAX also completed its rotation. I think we mapped this one out last week. I think I might have put that we got tagged out of this on a trailing stop potentially. And then we had no further re-entry. But in terms of just the analysis, one side to the other, really nice rotation there. Look at the reaction in price off of the, I think it's a weekly rotational level, right? If we pull this up on a higher time frame, all I'm doing is mapping that old high, right? And then you see the precision that it gives you in terms of an exit. Absolutely beautiful. But yeah, didn't ride this. Again, just for demonstration purposes. Very, very interesting play. What else we got? NQ, I know we've been looking at here. Again, the play that we are looking at in NQ, I mean that weekly chart is looking so nice for a rotation back up to the opposing monthly end range here. But as I mentioned, I'm being very mindful that we are basically at our average weekly range. I will be very interested to see if this turns into an expansion. And again, typically, granted, we only looked at a small sample size of data here, but you go away, you test this, you apply the indicator for yourself to see how this would work for you. But more often than not, price stays within the realms of the average daily, weekly, and monthly ranges over time. That is how they're derived, right? Is the average of price. So it'll be interesting to see if this is one of those exceptions, or if this is a very much a point to see a little bit of reversion here and close the week a little bit softer. We will see. Time will most definitely tell. Dow Jones, really ripping again today, 1.81% up on the day. All of this doing real wonders for my stock portfolio, which has been relatively flat for the better part of this year, if I'm honest. I've had some stocks that were doing really well, some stocks that have been struggling. But the price action over the last few days has really given it a nice boost. Silver in our swing long, most definitely seeing how things play out with here. Gold, have we had any update in this? Let's drop down to a 5-minute. Interesting. Very much pushing towards the highs here. Maybe something that's actually going to give us an entry. Again, we would want to see a 5-minute close outside of this range. I will keep this up and open. I know we've got like 5 minutes left of today's stream. I will most definitely keep this up and open, and we'll see how this would have panned out tomorrow. And again, I think if this is going to be the start of this potential breakout of this range, stops for me, if I was being aggressive, would be below here, right? Conservative below here, aggressive below here. And we'll see what the market actually wants to give us. But again, we're using this reference point as a target, just as a reminder. If I get rid of all the other days on here, we have the overlap of the average daily range with these old highs in here. So if we can get a clean break above, I think running towards the average daily range, whether it's a good time of day to do that, again, is another conversation altogether. But we go from there. And then last but not least, we ran through Bitcoin today as well. We were looking at potential, I mean, we had this swing long, which set up down in here, made for at least a nice move up so far. Currently caught within this, I believe this was a 4-hour range that we had mapped out, which it was in here. And we were looking for continuation push to the upside. We had room on the average daily range, but we've had no trigger as of yet, right? Again, the trigger would be the breakout of this area. We have not had that yet. So until that happens, we sit on our hands and we simply observe price, demonstrate a little bit of patience, and that will always serve us well in the long run. Miss K911, what is going on? Hope you're doing well. We are on the brinks of winding things down for the day. Nothing crazy exciting happening on the stream in and of itself. The only thing that really set up today was potential euro shorts. And again, depending on how you're managing these, you're either going to carry these into tomorrow, or you're going to be closing these out towards the end of the day, depending on where you feel that small win or small loss. That was really it. Everything else was a little bit of hindsight, watching how things played out as we analyzed a few different markets. You got to see me add to an existing swing trade that I have in dollar Canadian, added basically on this break here, but also would have triggered a swing long for us potentially to see through here on the lives, which we will keep mapped out and we will see what price wants to do. Otherwise, that is a wrap for today's stream. I think I've covered everything that I wanted to on the charts themselves. Again, we'll be back at a similar time tomorrow to pick back up, to have a look at what the markets have done during the day, where prices ended up, whether some of these trades have panned out well, whether they haven't. That's ultimately what this is. It's entirely a game of risk management from beginning all the way through to end. I do want to say thank you to everybody that tuned in for today's stream, not just for my session, but for if you were here throughout the day beforehand. Hopefully you got tons of value from our lineup of streamers before the end of today. As always, if you enjoyed the streams, make sure you're subscribed. If you're watching this and you're not subscribed, what are we even doing, right? We're always delivering tons of value, tons of laughs, tons of fun where we can. And I would love to connect and speak to you guys again tomorrow. That is all for me today. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day ahead. That is it from us here at Chart Fanatics for the day. I will catch up with you guys again tomorrow, and we will see how the markets have moved. Be disciplined for the rest of your day, and I'll speak to you in about 24 hours. Take care, guys. See you later.